fingers crossed that things are better now compared to before. Oh dear, I forgot to lower the bitrate amount. And now let's see if it's stabilizing. But that's actually really weird because it's not. I don't really see why it is holding this level of upload. Hold on. Let me. Every time that I somehow do get actually low, I genuinely don't understand how this level of incompetence can happen. Let's try to lower the bitrate total for now, and let's try and see if that doesn't work. No, it still is lowering, and I'm going to count the ISP again. Okay, this happens 3 more times, and I'm counting the ISP again. I cannot believe that. Okay, one more time. Liz Cross, grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione, grazie, grazie. El divorcio de mi padre llega tan rápido. I haven't even been here this fast, even when my parents divorced. Wow, that's that's a new one. That's a new one. Ese no es nuevo. Just a moment, please. I am fixing the intro. Solo un momento. Excelente. Okay, clearly I am going to have to get the new cables much earlier than anticipated. Because this is, I'm not gonna mince words, this is unacceptable, this is just, claramente tendré que conseguir los cables nuevos de internet mucho antes de lo anticipado. No, I cannot spend every stream just asking myself if they are going to need to reconfigure everything again. No puedo pasar cada transmisión preguntándome si es que van a configurar correctamente las cosas. And they broke up the chat. I need to exit StreamerBot and enter StreamerBot again. Let's see if it works. Solo un momento. Pues es probable, es altamente probable. O no sé qué dijiste. Esencialmente dije que tendré que realizar la reparación de mi internet. Me dijeron que tengo que cambiar los cables de internet mucho antes de lo que yo tenía previsto, ya que claramente esto no está funcionando correctamente. No está funcionando como debería. Me refiero al internet. Y no puedo pasar cada principio de transmisión teniendo que hablar con soporte técnico por más rápido que sea. De acuerdo. Ahora intentemos aumentar los bits totales y veamos si es que la conexión resulta estable. Ya entiendo, mis cables están bien torcidos y mi caja de internet está destrozada, ni siquiera sé cómo está funcionando. Si es solamente para bajadas, generalmente, incluso si es que una conexión de internet está muy poco saludable o enferma, entre comillas, puede realizar las acciones más básicas, como por ejemplo poder bajar un archivo o acceder a un video, etc. Aun si es que va a ser de una forma inestable o a una velocidad mucho menor a la que debería. Pero generalmente con tareas más exigentes, como por ejemplo live streaming o más específicamente live streaming a múltiples sitios al mismo tiempo, es ahí cuando las cosas se ponen un poco más complejas, podríamos decir. Y aunque el servicio técnico es hasta ahora bastante rápido en reparar los problemas, no sé si es una cosa muy viable que yo esté constantemente teniendo que escribir con soporte técnico al principio de cada transmisión. Ciertamente no es para lo que pagamos un servicio de internet. Y por cierto, estamos perdiendo datos de nuevo. Streamers del primer mundo no tienen que lidiar con estas cosas. First world streamers don't need to deal with this stuff. Pues no quisiera llegar hasta los extremos de la violencia. No, no sería muy bueno para eso. Mis manitos son muy suaves para la violencia. De hecho, creo que no he golpeado a nadie en mi vida. Sí, de hecho es enteramente posible que yo no he golpeado a nadie en mi vida. De acuerdo. Por lo menos se está restabilizando el internet, así que continuamos. Ahora podemos empezar con abriendo el browser anterior. Y de hecho, puedo hacer eso. Solo un momento, por favor. Vendré enseguida. Yo golpeé a una compañera. I hit a female classmate and then she kissed me. Golpeé a una compañera y luego me besó. Una nueva historia de amor. Ok. No sé qué decir. No sé qué decir al respecto, pero felicidades, supongo. Congrats, I guess. I'm happy for you. Alright. We need to do something special for someone very special. Tenemos que hacer una cosa especial para alguien muy especial. Today is the birthday of Miss Milagritas. Hoy es el cumpleaños de señor Milagritas. So I wanted to do something special for him. Quiero hacer una cosa especial para ellos. Especial para ella. ¿Qué es la cosa especial que estoy haciendo? What is the special thing that I'm doing? I want to do a drawing. And oh, hey, is it a wonderful, cute, sexy lady person there that I'm seeing today? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It seems that we do have a few on YouTube now, huh? And my god, just look who joined. Mira quién se unió. Hi Kitty, how you doing? Hello Vexal, grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias por volver a la transmisión. Thank you. Long time no see you too. I am so happy you're here. Thank you. Estoy tan contento de que estás bien, de que has venido. See, this is how I look when I see our My microphone is a little soft. Better Jan, grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione. And how am I sounding now? I was sounding a bit off because I was actually away from the microphone. But do let me know if right now I'm still sounding off. Now, a bit because I accidentally opened a browser. But I'm gonna fix that in just like that. Okay, Firefox, open out the things in here. And we're gonna pray that the server doesn't explode. ¿Puedo enviarte algo que me enseñe something? Yes, of course. On Twitter, yeah. Twitter, if you had Twitter. Or do let me know if you prefer. You should be able to. On Twitch, I thought you meant Twitter. You can send text messages on Twitch. I think it's not a very well known feature. Oh yeah, oh no, dear, Miss Petra is right. The microphone is soft. The microphone is soft. Thank you for letting me know. Gracias por hacérmelo saber. Aparentemente mi micrófono estaba sonando un tanto. Okay, aquí. So you can send messages on Twitch, but it's not a very well-known feature. It's not. I'm not even sure where you get it. Where you go to send a message. On Twitter. Yeah, there should be like the options for DMs. My DMs are generally open on Twitter. Something for which sometimes I'm a little bit cautious about. Come to think of it. Because I used to get a lot of bots on Twitter, sorry. Now, if for example, some of you Amici do have a platform that you prefer, like, oh hey, can I DM you on Blue Sky? Can I DM you on another platform? Then do let me know, and I will be interested in also in branching out to other platforms. It's very good and very important to keep your options open. Okay, wonderful. Well, yeah, you can send me a message to Twitch. Si es que por ejemplo uno de ustedes Amici quisiera enviarme un mensaje o quisiera preguntarme, oye, tú puedes hacer mensajes en Blue Sky, tienes una cuenta de esto, de aquello, háganme saber de las distintas plataformas que están usando, ya que para mí siempre me encantaría poder utilizar más y más variadas plataformas. Siempre sería bueno. Yes, Inspector, thanks. Sí, suena mejor, gracias. No, you're welcome. Thank you for being so amazing. Because you are so sweet, I could do a rock band now, but I won't. Because I guess I just have a soft spot for you, right? Throw tomatoes at this guy. Like on Twitch, there should be an option to throw tomatoes or snowballs. This comedian sucks. Boo! This guy sucks. Oh yeah. See, this is this is how I look whenever I see a vexel. My god, it actually does the... Okay, now I get it, fine. Okay, this is how I look whenever I see a vexel on chat. A vexel. Así es cuando me veo cuando veo que a vexel está en chat. Ey. A vexel. Thank you, grazie. ¿Por qué me abucheas, Alconis? No, me abuché a mí mismo porque hice un chiste malo. No sé cómo traducir un pan al español, pero pan es básicamente una cosa que rima. Sí, no sabría cómo traducirlo al español, perdón. But yeah, you should be able to DM me on Twitter. And if I don't see your message or I don't reply to it, you can let me know on chat, because Twitter sometimes does this thing where it hides messages. It hides messages from people that you don't know, or people like sometimes even people randomly. So if I don't reply to a message, to a DM in a long time, there is a good chance that I didn't see it. Si es que no contesto algún mensaje directo en Twitter en un largo tiempo, existe la posibilidad de que Twitter escondió el mensaje, así que pueden hacérmelo saber en el chat, ya que Twitter tiene una tendencia a esconder mensajes de cuentas que no se siguen mutuamente. Cuadro de queso. No, don't waste the tomato. You had to eat out the tomatoes. I didn't know that you were such a sadist, Miss Petra. I didn't know that you like to inflict suffering. For me, that is actually eating tomatoes is actually far more painful than getting tomatoes thrown at me. Speaking more seriously, I can eat tomatoes, but I don't really enjoy them so far, for most of the time. O sea, hablando más seriamente, yo puedo comer tomates, pero generalmente no los disfruto la mayoría del tiempo. The only exception is sauce. The only exception is sauce. Pizza sauce especially, or pasta sauce. La única excepción con los tomates es la salsa. Salsa de pizza especialmente, o por ejemplo salsa para la pasta, salsa para los fideos. Well, yeah, right. Now that reminds me. Yeah, so now that Miss Petra is here, wait. Oh, I had something else special. prepared. Did you want to hear something nice? Yeah, we can actually do it on... Yeah, okay. Now, for some reason, Google Translate doesn't give me the pronunciation for the other language. So my apologies if I completely mispronounce it, but I don't have the reference for how it is supposed to sound. Okay. La señorita Petra es muy hermosa. Sik Petra Sangat Kantik, which actually I should be able to practice on chat. Nande? Oh no, I sent it on YouTube. No. Sik Petra Sangat Kantik. So Google Translate is telling me that is Malaysian for Miss Petra is very beautiful. I really hope that Google Translate was accurate. I was actually worried that maybe this is like a declaration of war in Malay. Wait. Wait, Простимения нет, не простименият. Krasnaya was beautiful in Roski, right? Yeah. I had an idea. It's very beautiful hair. No me la Roski. Again. Oh yeah, because ocean is to say like very. Uavexuala ocean krasivi volossi. Uvalsuava uavexuala ocean krasivi volossi. I can't believe I let the leap. No, this is too much. This is too much, but I guess that you will enjoy it. I hope that it doesn't bother you. Я люблю тебя. Por si las dudas no estamos. I hope you can wait for it. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. I do wonder what. I do wonder a little bit, like what could it be with it? I do wonder a little bit what could it be. No? But I'm looking forward to it. Now, yeah. Okay, excellent. Now, tell me some other funny phrases to say in other languages. With Luis Cross, there's not much I can say because we both speak Spanish, so that's our regular language. Luis Cross es un gran amigo. Luis Cross es un gran amigo, con buenos consejos. Use red cheek. Oh, it's more like cheek. So it's more of a harder cheek. Let's see. La señorita Petra es muy hermosa. No ruso, malay. Yes, malay. Chik Petra Sangat Kantik. Gracias. Gracias. Te quiero. So here it says terima kasih, but someone that I know from Indonesia actually once told me that makasih is more of a more emotional way of saying thanks. So I will use makasih. I don't know if that is the same between Malay and Indonesia, Bahasa Indonesia. So makasih. Saya wait. Terima Makasih. Saya sayang awak. I'm sorry. I think I mispronounced that. And Simon Julim, grazie mille per venire a questa trasmissione. Grazie. What do you think about dubstep? Dubstep? It is not a musical genre that I. Sorry, something else came to my mind for a moment. That's why I loved it. It is not a musical genre that I listen to often. There were a few dubstep songs that I like, but I will admit that it is not the kind of stuff that I listen to very often. But there are a few that are pretty cool. Do you, Michi, have any favorite dubstep artists? Like any dubstep musicians that you like? I don't know if he will count as dubstep, but I had a friend online that really liked those songs from David Guetta. You know, the party songs guy. Or at least that's what I call him. At least to me, he's the party songs guy. Tenía un amigo en internet al quien le encantaban las canciones de David Guetta. ¿Lo conocen? El chico, el señor que hacía las canciones de fiestas. Alconis, dame la pensión de los niños. Para mi próximo acto, haré esto. Si es que estoy invisible, no puede notarme. Si es que estoy invisible, no puede notarme. Oye. De hecho, podemos utilizar este filtro. No, clave muda. Estoy oculto detrás de la pared. No me pueden descubrir. They can't discover me around here. I'm hidden behind the door. No como mi papá, pero yo soy mal. No puedo creer que voy a decir esto. Milagritos, sálvame. Sálvame, milagro. Necesito un milagro. Pero yo soy más lindo que tu papá. Terima kasih is proper way for saying thank you. Makasih is more casual. Oh, so for example, for something more relaxed between friends, you will use makasih, like, oh, makasih, yeah, thank you. Thanks for helping me out there, or makasih, when like a friend gives you a small gift or something. But if it is something more heartfelt or for a more special moment, then I gather that you will use terima kasih. Which, come to think of it, so makasih will be like a contraction or a simplification of terima kasih, right? Terima kasih, saya sayang awak. And I get the feeling that I'm not pronouncing the final word correctly. Awak. Saya sayang awak. Like that awak for some reason. I'm not really sure. Oh god, I cannot believe I'm going to ask this, but let's go. Oh, you cannot actually hear that.
¿Son las mujeres más hermosas?
Ok, lo diré primero en español para que puedan tener una idea de qué quiero decir. Entre las indonesias y las malayas, ¿cuáles son las mujeres más hermosas? Ok. Antara wanita Indonesia dan Malaysia, siapa yang paling cantik? Cantik has to do something with pretty, right? Okay, let me try that one again. Antara wanita Indonesia dan Malaysia, siapa yang paling cantik? And in English, that will be between Indonesian and Malay woman, which woman will be the most beautiful? So, Malaysian women are more beautiful, or are Indonesian women more beautiful? Because I was actually checking a little bit about Malaysia, and I think that Malaysia and Indonesia are like frontier neighbors, right? Like the countries are next to each other. If I'm not mistaken. Actually, I want to check that out a little bit. Malaysia and Indonesia neighbors. And I think it's Singapore, the one that's an island, if I don't remember. Yeah, they're neighboring nations. Sounds fine. Sayang is closer to love. I thought awak was love in that phrase. That's fascinating. For some reason, that's why I made a lot of emphasis on the awak word, because I thought that was where the emotional weight of the sentence landed. But apparently, sayang is closer to love. Well, like Isuka. And that's so fascinating because the original one, the original phrase that I wrote in Spanish and that then Google uh, translated to Malay, actually used the word te quiero or te quiero mucho, which te quiero mucho is a bit curious because while quiero is a kind of like, a kind of casual emotion, you will only use the phrase te quiero mucho to a really close family member or a romantic relationship. So even though I understand why Google Translate decided to translate te quiero mucho to sayang, it kinda lost a lot of the nuance there. That's why our translation professor, I studied a bit of languages, told us to rely, preferentially to not rely on Google Translate at all, to use the traditional dictionaries like the Merriam-Webster, and there is this other legendary dictionary that I just don't really remember. But if we were going to use Google Translate, to use Google Translate only for individual words. I think he did not even want us to use Google Translate for even the simplest of phrases, because it would be just to Google Translate doesn't do the real job that a translator does. I think even today it doesn't really do. ¿Sabes qué le dijo una roca a una roca? Miss Petra, what did a rock say to another rock? Do you know what a rock said to another rock? No lo sé. Le dijo, oye, ¿me aprietas? No tengo idea, perdón, estoy totalmente perdido. Qué raro, siento que están tratando de aprender inglés por lo que ando diciendo en el chat. Pero nunca sabrán por qué, no significa nada. How strange. I feel that you're trying to learn English given what I am saying on chat. But you will never know what I am saying because it doesn't mean anything. That is what Luis Cross was saying. I am translating for both the Spanish and the English speakers too. En algunos chats trato de traducir los que los chateadores, los amici hispanoparlantes y angloparlantes andan diciendo. Awak. So awak is you. Oh, right. So awak is second person. So how do you say first person, like I in Malay? Also, come to think of it, you did not actually answer. I got you. You were trying to dodge the question, So we will never know which women are more beautiful. Don't worry, Miss Petra, you don't need to answer the question if you don't want to. I'm just joking. But I am surprised. I must congratulate you. I did not realize that the question was Saya. Yeah. I mean Saya. Oh, so like, if I'm not mistaken, Saya sayang awak is indeed Saya sayang awak is I love you. Because I get the impression that sayang will be pretty much like the way that the word love is used in English. Tengo la impresión que la palabra sayang funciona como la palabra amor o love se usa en inglés y en español. So, saya sayang awak. Now, if I were to change then the sayang or the love, I don't really know. Abrazar. Saya peluk awak. Then I will be saying, I hug, embrace you. So that would mean something like, I will give you, I am giving you a hug. I assume, sorry, I am getting a bit too into the linguistics about this. Me disculpas. I got a bit too much. Let's see. Huh. Yes, correct. Thank you, teacher. Thank you so much. Wait. Terima kasih, cikgu. Let's see. Again, we see this saya. So, Malay doesn't have the conjugation of verbs that Spanish has. There is a clear distinction between the first and second, third person, etc. So that will make like the language a bit closer to English in that structure. Terima kasih, cikgu. Saya bawakan bungaros untuk kawak. Which apparently that will mean something like, gracias maestra, traigo rosas para ti. And let's change flores. Donas. Donut. Bungaros. Sayang significa amor. No. Ya. Sayang. Amor. Aunque algunos Saiyajines habrán sido muy románticos, estoy seguro. Rotoscopia. Oh, es verdad, olvidé que sigo oculto. Ya no tengo que pagar, ya no necesito pagar what do you call child support? Qué buenos consejos doy. Give such good advice. ¿Con qué estás traduciendo otro ciclo que yo para que sepan los demás? Bueno, con que jugando sucio. Yeah. No. Me trajeron la ñ. Twitter is blocking me for some reason. Did it do the thing where it said, "Oh, we don't think that you're a human. Please prove that you're a human" thing, right? It might be because, well, it's Twitter. It's very mean with the bots. Or do you mean that you can't get on Twitter at all? Because Twitch DMs, you should be able to DM me on Twitch. Somewhere on the page, somewhere on the channel page of Twitch, but I don't exactly remember where. Don't quite remember where you go for that. It got me 2 times verification if I'm a human being. Yeah, that is annoying. For me, at the start, I got that all the time. And like, it happened like 5 times. Me pasó unas 5 veces that I got super nervous, super mega anxious, writing a DM for someone for introducing myself to a new Vtuber. And it's better if I don't say the name, but I actually once had a really huge Vtuber that actually responded to one of the messages, and I was really happy about that. I felt really honored, to be entirely honest. Sorry, but anyways, and then as soon as I posted that, it said that it blocked the message, and then it said, "We don't think you're a human. Please prove you're a human," and it deleted the whole message. A whole lot of work, a whole 2 hours of work wasted. A tragedy, I'm telling you. Tragedy. When I'm actually not that one. When you're actually not a human? Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. But let's hide this one and let's go back to our main one. Oh, wait, what is that? Okay, here we go. Making this effect? I cannot even say that it took me a long time. So, can I send you? You should be able to. Yeah, you should be able to. Like, I don't need to activate, I don't need to allow or activate DMs or anything like that. Like, the option is always there. The option should be always there, actually. Let me check on Twitch. Come to think of it. By the way, I do apologize if I seem a little distracted in some parts. They are close? Huh? Because I had a bit of a headache and a bit sleepy. Although I don't seem to really feel too sleepy right now, thankfully. But I am actually a bit surprised that the DMs are closed. I will enter my Google Chrome in a bit, but I need to get my coffee in just a moment. Okay, but I want to start drawing a heart. Oh no, I'm so terrible at drawing. So, I say that today is Miss Milagrito's birthday, right? I want to draw something for a little something for her birthday. I hope that it isn't too lame of a gift or anything, but I did want to make something special for someone that is so incredibly nice and who has been supporting me for so long. Sorry, I don't know why I got so embarrassed talking about all that. But I did want to make something special for her, so yeah. Cyan is more... espera, lo traducí en español. Ok, dije que quería hacer algo especial para el cumpleaños de señor Milagrito, ¿verdad? Y pensé, se me ocurrió la idea de hacer un dibujo, una cosa especial para ella en su cumpleaños. Ya que realmente tenía el deseo de hacer algo especial para una persona tan increíblemente buena y alguien que me estuvo apoyando por tanto tiempo. Perdón, a lo mejor es algo un poquito cursi, pero genuinamente quería hacer algo especial para esta persona. Okay, so Sayang is more like cherish, love, familiar, so more like family love, huh? For like a love confession, normally chinta is used. Oh, and that's actually so funny because chinta, I assume it's pronounced chinta, but in Spanish it's similar to the word cinta, which is kind of almost like not exactly a ribbon, but like a very soft belt, like a belt but with the fabric of a ribbon. Sorry, I don't really know how to translate it, but kind of like a headband almost, like a silky headband. Side note, we also use sayang for what a waste. Wait, does that mean that Malaysia sees familiar love as a waste? Oh no, that's gold. That's gold. Don't worry, I assume that it's simply an harmonic, like a word that sounds similar. shouldn't be teaching Malay. My Malay is not even good. Don't say that. I am sure that your Malay is gorgeous. Your Malay is beautiful. Because, of course, you are Cintak. Awak Cintak. Cintak. Let's see. Tú eres muy hermosa. Cintak, yeah, not Cintak, sorry. Cantik. Awak sangat cantik. Yeah. Su español es muy hermoso. Oh, interesting that we don't have the awak in here. Awak bahasa Spanyol Anda sangat cantik. Melayu awak sangat cantik. Melayu awak sangat cantik. Talk to me first. On Twitch, right? I should be able to. I'll do it in a minute. Grab me. Wait. Oh dear. Did I remove the... No, I had a reverb on all the time, and it's the strong reverb too. What? I will send it here if you want DM me first. Yeah, I will DM you. I'll do it. Or, my memory is actually a bit overloaded, my CF10 memory. So, if you don't mind, it would be nice if you just send it on chat and I can see it, and a bit later on I can enter Google Chrome when I finish with the main task. But if you prefer it for me to message you first and then you send it on DM, then either way it's fine. It depends on what you prefer. For me, it is a bit more convenient if you send it on chat, but I understand if you prefer it only on DM. By the way, sorry that I sound a little bit distracted. I probably should drink my coffee in a bit. I don't know why, even though I slept 9 hours today, I feel very tired. It was because I had a lot of anxiety with one task, but I'll be back. Welcome back. Oh, thank you for the links. And I'll check them in advance. And again, I do apologize that apparently my DMs on Twitch were closed. I had no idea about that. And unfortunately, I had a bit of a limited. The hardware of my PC is a little bit limited. So sorry about that. That's why I was a little Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at something else here. Okay. There are some things that are like a little bit harder for me. For example, opening another browser while I'm streaming is like a bit difficult. So thank you so very much for being so understanding. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the links. Muchas gracias por el link. Lesbiana al volante. Aventuras constantes. But you know, I'm thinking it would be so sadistic of me if maybe I were to just check the links and not say anything, right? To deny you the pleasure of my reaction. That would be so bad on my hand. That would be so bad on my hand. So bad. I bet you love that if I was that mean. Right? It would be nice if I were. But thankfully, I am not that man. No, you should scream. Ah! I actually do kind of wonder what exactly it will be. Sorry, I need to load my... Okay. Just one moment, please. And in the meantime, I should also be working on the... So, I meet you on chat. Give me suggestions on what to add for the letter, for the paper, for Milagritos. Do you want to add a particular birthday wish? Do you want to add something special to it? It's an A4 paper. Es un papel A4. Díganme una cosa particular para el papel A4 que incluimos para el regalo de cumpleaños de Milagrito. I want to include her name, like hand drawn. Quiero incluir su nombre dibujado a mano. Like maybe a short phrase, like written by hand. Y quizá una corta frase dibujada, escrita a mano. So I will start actually drawing the Felicidades, Milagritos. Sorry, I don't know why it is taking so long to load. Oh, okay, I think I know why. Oh my god, it's hurting. It's telling me uploading this content requires registration. I don't really know. Use last ones. Okay. Yeah, because if it said that, then I assumed that it wasn't going to... It was something from the server's end rather than... Felicidad. A prize to you. A prize to you. You made me blush. I almost did scream. Wow. Я тебе люблю, dice. Спротивно благодарен. Спротивно. Очень красная. Wow. Wait, how do you say? Wait. How do you say I'm flattered? Oh man, that's gonna live rent free in my head for a while. Aquí está. Yeah. Ocean. Я очень покраснела. Покраснела.
Я очень покраснела.
Я очень покраснела. Okay, so personally, I always think it is incredibly tacky when someone whistles, but I will say few that beautiful, that 10 out of 10. Now imagine. Oh, okay, what happened there? Now imagine if my DMs were open, then wouldn't that be nice? But it is strange that my Twitch DMs aren't open, and especially I want to do something for the people in Russia that that I know that there are actually quite a lot of services that they can that they can very easily access. Sorry about that. I need to fix this. But the thing is that, of course, I am not very familiar with the kind of I'm sorry. I applaud your dariness. That was actually very sweet. Thank you for being so lovely, Avexon. Oh yeah, you wouldn't know what I say there in Russia. Mosamichi wouldn't know what I say there in Russia, right? In Ruskia. Я очень покраснела is essentially I am blushing heavily or I am blushing a lot. Я te люблю, Bexel, as I love you, Bexel, and очень красная is very beautiful, essentially. Okay. Let us continue writing the letter. Felicidades, milagros. Oh, and instead of the dot for the I, let us add a heart. Let us add a heart here. Would be honest. But honestly, it's kind of tacky, I think, when, oh man, this is gonna sound a little silly, but it's kind of tacky, I think, when a guy uses a lot of heart emojis in some letters, right? At least on certain on certain contexts. What do I mean by that? I need to fix my voice in one moment. Sorry about that. Like, there's no easy way to say this, so I guess I just better say this directly. If a boy is being very lecherous, or if a guy is being like too wait, fake boyish, or making it very obvious that, for example, he's only talking to the girl to her, like when in that context they use a lot of heart emojis, or for example like a lot of man, I don't even know. See you soon, my cutie. I don't know. Idaru-chan. Then I think that the heart emojis just feel very different, right? At least I imagine that for a girl, using a lot of heart emojis, when a guy uses a lot of heart emojis in that context, I really do feel that it probably comes off as very differently. It probably doesn't come off as fully cute. I don't know. I do wonder, Amici, am I cooking or am I burning the kitchen? Felicidades, milagros. Right, Argentina, ¿verdad? So, let's add a drawing of a mate. Haremos un dibujito de un mate. Oh man, I am so bad at that. I'm actually so bad at that. Okay, this was supposed to be a short scene, but I think that I can stay for a bit longer. No. No. I need to indicate it's a mate. Tengo que aclarar que es un mate. Espera, tengo que aclarar que es un mate. Allí, excelente, hermoso. You can tell me something, obviously. Vaya, lo traduciré hasta el español, esto le va a encantar a Chris. Espera. You can tell me something obviously dirty about the photos. I don't mind being treated harshly. ¿Puedes decirme algo obviamente picante sobre las fotos? No me molesta para nada ser tratado tratada de una forma dura. Remember when you talked to me? Remember when you did talk to me, dear Team Crew? Don't mind, for real. I kinda get the feeling that I did actually have like a little moment where I like acted in mock degradation, and not gonna lie, it does kind of sound like something that I will jokingly say in an ASMR, which like sometimes I wonder what does that say about me. But I don't quite fully remember the specific situation. I don't really fully remember that one. And also, listen, before I forget, I know that I said this before, but I really do wish to say thank you for that other time when you actually sent me a few bits. I didn't get to say it properly at the time because I was so surprised that someone believed in me enough to actually give me a few bits for a very small donation that I did not fully know what to say in response. But although I don't say this very often, Oftentimes I do have a lot of feelings of self-doubt, or like thinking that what I do is like pretty that I'm really bad at what I do, at being a Vtuber and all that. And knowing that some people love me enough as to do a donation, it doesn't really matter the amount, but just seeing that someone did a donation really meant a lot to me. So when I say that I love you or that I appreciate you, there is a part of me that genuinely means that. I hope that you know that. Yeah. Sorry that I did not. I don't know why I get out then. Yeah. But you genuinely mean a lot to me. So thank you for that. And speaking of a wonderful amici, I see someone amazing that just arrived on chat. Down bad sim. Grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione. Grazie. Hey, hello, Down bad. Hey, since I can't believe I'm going to say this. Since your name is Down bad, did it hurt a lot when you fell down from heaven, that is? Down bad. I swear I intended that to be a cute compliment, not. But it came off like a lame joke. I am sorry, Down bad. I am sorry I subjected you to such suffering. I can already imagine poor Down bad going. A joke, a compliment like that. No, that one is so. No. That one is so bad, it's going to. The pun was so bad it kills me. F. Hey, now that you mention it, that is a good point. Ahora que lo mencionas, de hecho, ese es un buen punto. Wouldn't that line be used on you? Wouldn't that line be used on you instead? You're the one with the halo. ¿Acaso esa línea no sería más apropiada para tú, más bien? Tú eres el que tiene el halo. Well, now that you mention it, you're right. You're actually quite right. It's probably a good point to mention that I know that I talk a lot and I don't deliver often, but I had been thinking of doing a few more lore-related content. For example, there is this short that I was thinking, YouTube short that I was thinking of doing, where sorry about that. I explain how the Sistine Chapel and the new Pope are connected, and a few more special videos or special like ASMR scenarios more related to the idea of the lore of the character, or how an investigator assigned by the Vatican eventually discovers the character of Falconius. And sorry, I'm trying to find what was that Lollicami Requiem song. Given that someone wanted to be degraded, Lollicami Requiem. Thank you! Wow! Shark764, thank you so much for the 10 bits. Thank you. Terima kasih, which is thank you so very much in Malaysian. Prasti, Yeah, sprednoga blagadare. Muchísimas gracias. Molto grazie. Molto grazie. Thank you. You're so amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Alcanis. Hello, Shark. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. Shark, now that you're here, my day went from good to amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 10 bits. I might perhaps be a little emotional. I might perhaps be a little emotional. I am actually really moved for the bits. As I mentioned before, just the feeling that someone believed in me enough to do that genuinely means gold. So I am really thankful for that. I'm sorry that I'm not sure what are the right words to use, but from the bottom of my heart, desde el fondo de mi corazón, muchas gracias. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. I made salad, good going there, and pasta for dinner today. That's delicious. That's absolutely delicious. When I was like much younger, I wasn't used at all to eating vegetables. Mainly because I had the idea that vegetables were not delicious at all. That they were not good at all. But, sorry, I'm trying to see the lyrics here. Oh, it doesn't say. Oh, wait, I can just close the. Yeah, okay, I can just mute desktop audio and then. Excellent, yeah. But vegetables can actually be quite delicious. It just depends on how they're cooked. And I hope that your salad was delicious. By the way, my name on YouTube is Tomia. Oh, it's Tomia, right? Yeah. I'm literally so surprised. It's so good to see you again. Haven't seen you in a bit. Thank you so much for stopping by again. That's so sweet. I hope that your salad was delightful, and I hope that your pasta, which pasta by the way, my favorite is ravioli, was delicious too. I'm glad you had a good day because you deserve to have a good day every day. Yeah. Okay. So someone said, can I get treated like that again? Saku. Wait. Kimo. It doesn't hit the same without the music, right? Well, I mean, we can just do this a little bit with the song, I guess. I really hope that Shigure-san doesn't kill us. Saku. Kimo. Urusai. Wait, what does she say then? Tamatema desu ka? Can you shut up, please? I can't understand what she said there, sorry. Kirai desu. No. Kirai desu. Kawaiso. Kawaiso. Mitomonai. Okay, unfortunately I don't really understand the other stuff that it's saying there. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that little part. There we go. So, did it hurt? Did what hurt? What do you mean? Okay, I'm just playing coy. There we go. Okay, excellent. Honestly, it kinda did hurt. I was very surprised about it, really. But I knew that being so beautiful, I just had to get used to it. No, sorry, that is too much. That is way too much. My apologies. But the idea that he had for the lore of the no. The idea that he had for the lore of the character of Akon is Petra, grazie for the headband. Oh, and I didn't say the thank you to Don Batsim for the headband, I don't think. Don Batsim, thank you for the headband, grazie for the headband. It wouldn't be so much that it's like an angel that fell to earth exactly, but it's more that he was like a crystallization of the dreams of Michelangelo. It's one moment. So the idea will be something kinda like that. Originally he was a sketch that then started manifesting in people's dreams, and after feeding off and out something in people's dreams, Shark764, grazie mille per il redeem, grazie mille per il channel redeem, the test. This is a test. Beep boop, beep boop. We should have actually the... This is a test. Beep boop. Oops. This is a test. Beep boop, beep boop. Test. Beep boop. I do have the hold. I actually can have a hotkey to hold the high pass. Did I just forget it? One moment, please. So it'd be more something that just appears in... Okay. High pass activation. All right. Control Alt and then Control. So it should be. Test. Beep boop. Beep boop. Excellent. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, now I remember. Oh, yeah, that was a hotkey that I had for the theatrical stuff, which I should probably try to set up. Let's try and draw the profile image. The only problem is that I don't fully remember solidly the profile image, and I'm not good at drawing faces, so we're just going to... No, it will not be. I'm not good enough at drawing for that, sorry. Shark764 is cool. That's really right. She's the coolest. They are the coolest. So, you are like a living painting. Así que eres como una pintura viviente. Esencialmente, sí. Básicamente. Essentially, yeah. Practically that. Originally, when I started the channel, I have this more ambitious idea of myself that I was going to be more of a topic-focused Vtuber, doing things more relating to ancient art, or to literature, to culture, or theater. So that's why I took the mantle, like one of the biggest reasons why I took the mantle of arguably one of the most famous symbols of Italian Renaissance. Originalmente cuando empecé el proyecto de VTuber, yo tenía la idea de que iba a ser un VTuber enfocado más en los tópicos de literatura, historia, y arte o divulgación artística. Y ese fue uno de los grandes motivos por los que decidí tomar la imagen o parte del nombre. Buonarroti comes from Michelangelo. Michelangelo di Lodovico Buonarroti Simonic, Miguel Ángel. Para dar esa imagen de alguien que quería rescatar o presentar lo valioso de la cultura, de la historia. Del hilo eterno que nos conecta a la más amplia humanidad. Essentially, I wanted to rescue and make note of the profound and everlasting value of the eternal bond and the eternal thread of thought that connects us with wider humanity. Not just the compilation of passions and sacrifices and glories of our forefathers, which altogether and chronicled we call history, but also for the hopes and aspirations that we place upon that which we call the future humanity. Yeah. Essentially, something like that. Now, eventually, those things ended up not happening so much because of two reasons, maybe three reasons, but the two main reasons were that, as many people that do booktubing know, booktubing is nice and it actually can have a bit of a loyal audience, but it is not anywhere near as popular as many other topic or choice of many other topics. And the other is, I did not expect that so many people would think my voice is so cute, or that they will find me so cute. Ahora, terminé no haciendo eso principalmente por dos motivos y un poco de unos cuantos. Hi, honey. Usuario siguió tu canal. Thank you. Oh, Petra Leon, grazie mille per seguire il canale di Twitch. Thank you so much. Thank you. Petra Leon, Chintak, it's very Chintak. Petra Leon is very Chintak. Okay. ¿Por qué no ocurrió tanto eso en el canal? Por una parte, esas cosas de enfocarse en arte, historia, etc., pueden tener una audiencia un tanto leal, pero no son algo muy popular en YouTube. Y aunque definitivamente hay muchas cosas que se pueden decir sobre el algoritmo, fundamentalmente no es algo que la mayoría del público de YouTube suele visitar, suele ver. Petra León Sangat Comel. León Sangat Comel. Oh no. Miss Petra, I really hope this isn't a bad word, but just know that this is what Google Translate is telling me. Petrale. Wait.
Petraleon Senga. Bananas.
Petraleon Sangat. Petraleon Sangat. Panas. So, for the people that are wondering what exactly I am saying, so Petraleon Sangat Comet. We can actually Petraleon Sangat Comel. Petraleon Sangat Comel. Will be essentially Petraleon is very cute, but Petraleon Sangat. Petraleon Sangat Panas will be Petra. Petra Leon is very hot. Oh man. It's correct. Camille is cute. So it's pretty much like we will use the word cute in English. Why is the chat in me? Why did he just let me look? She's going on. Oh my god, dude! I just wanted to learn. Just look here. Now this anime boy is calling me hot. What is happening? Why is this going on? I did not sign up for this. Poor Petra did not sign up for this. I guess this ended up being rockier than she expected, right? Boo! Boo! But you know, well, I mean, you're speaking Italian, right? Sì, piccolo italiano. I am a native Spanish speaker, but I am studying quite a bit of Italian. For example, questo in la mia mano è un lapice. Codesto è un zapato. So, this in my hand is a lápiz. Questo nella mia mano è un lapice. Codesto, that è un zapato, a shoe. That is a shoe. Yo estoy a la mia casa. I am in my house. Yo estoy en mi casa. Yo estoy a casa. But I am not a native Spanish speaker. I do have some Italian ancestry, and that is part of why I took the Italian moniker. As well as of course the very strong association of Italian culture with more of the baroque or the more extravagant elements of Western opulence. But I am not natively Italian. I haven't logged into Twitch in years, so I was curious what it was like over here, and I get immediately ousted. Well, Hati, I guess that is just your fate when you are just that hot, right? Even Twitch can get enough. Please forgive me for this. Even Twitch can get enough of sexy little you. Such a shame. Tell me, is it difficult to be that hot? Is it difficult to be Is it deep? Milagros, ¿dónde estás? Originalmente hice transmisión para ti y ahora estoy llamándole a alguien hot. ¿Por qué? Is it difficult to be the hottest woman in all of Malaysia? And you know what is the worst part? When I say some of that stuff, I say it because I genuinely want like the listeners or the people to hear it, to genuinely feel like they are really beautiful or they are really amazing, etc. I genuinely want them to feel good about themselves. But I can't help but feel that the fact that that I loud so embarrassed about it. I like it kinda undermines the point. But I do want you to know, all of you Amici are really beautiful. All of you Amici are really attractive, and that is the point of what I wanted to say earlier. For example, when I said like the whole thing of, oh yeah, you're really hot, etc. Once a friend, well, I wouldn't call her a friend, someone that I know who used to go on, oh my god, what a person tangent to go into. Used to go on dates with people. Once told me, I asked her actually once, how do you? Isn't it difficult sometimes for you to go into these situations, or to go into to feel like so desirable for people to want to spend time with you? And she said something like, well, you just had to go in there and think that you're worth it. You just had to go in there and feel that you're worth it. She actually told me that a lot of those experiences and being able to see that so many people actually did go crazy for her did actually do a lot of wonders for her self-esteem. So, and many years later, when I actually did do a lot of voice acting, like I said, when I did it at first, I genuinely had no idea that my voice was attractive, right? So it was absolutely surprising for me to see so many people like going crazy over my voice, and it genuinely does wonders for your self-esteem. So I do think that hearing those kinds of things, I do hope that sometimes hearing those kinds of things, like, oh man, you look really good, oh wow, you're really hot, etc. Like I genuinely hope that it can make people feel better about themselves, and feel better about things in general. Sorry, I am not describing it very well, but yeah, I will need to find a better way of putting it into words. Tendré que buscarle una mejor forma de ponerlo en palabras. Pero muchas veces tengo la esperanza de que, si es que digo a varios amiches que son personas atractivas, que son personas hermosas, genuinamente tengo la esperanza de que les haga sentir mejor sobre ustedes mismos. O sea, esencialmente, sí. I know that Italian and Spanish can sound very similar. Sé que el italiano y el español pueden sonar muy similares. Yeah, they sound practically the same. They sound almost the same. Even, for example, the grammar is like exactly the same, like literally the same thing. Incluso, por ejemplo, la gramática entre español e italiano son exactamente lo mismo, son literalmente lo mismo. Like, it's almost amazing how similar they are. The pronunciation can even feel pretty similar in some words, but the main difference is really the vocabulary. The words can sometimes be like very different. For example, escapola is caja, a box, whereas in Spanish you will say pájaro for a bird. Ma nell'italiano you will say uccello, un uccello, árbol, o mariposa, for example, butterfly, farfalla, una farfalla. So it's mostly like knowing the vocabulary that could be the greatest hurdle for a lot of people. Es principalmente conocer el vocabulario nuevo, lo que sería la mayor dificultad para la gente. No, stones are supposed to blend into the environment. It shouldn't be noticed. Oh no, the disguise was not working. No. It's a learning experience. Okay, and actually, so this is the disguise. This is, now we're actually going incognito. Now we're actually like a stone in the background. Actually, we should be able to. Oh no! What are you doing? Main statue. Excellent. No. Okay, almost there. Oh, there is a processing delay. That's why it wasn't matching there. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to go to an idol meeting. Estaré de vuelta enseguida. Tengo que ir un momento. Nos vemos en un momento. Hemos retornado. I started Spanish for about 4 years in high school. Wow, amazing. Felicidades. Eso está increíble. Currently I learn Japanese. Man, you're a person worldwide. Also, that's a neat effect. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Este es un efecto lindo. Muchas gracias. I did get into the habit of like testing out different effects in OBS because that is one of the most accessible things that I can do within the hardware limitations that I have. Because of like not having a big graphics card and all that. But also I was very inspired by Inugami Korone-san, who managed to find a lot of really cool things cool tricks to do in OBS when during a lot of her Zatsu. Okay. It's actually pretty crazy how much this feels like it blends into the environment. Also, we need to do a scalp filtering. Excellent. That's beautiful. I do need to get a new... Well, not need, but it will be good to have a newer processor so I could do more effects together. Because, for example, so here is this thing that I wanted to do, right? Okay, now, are you ready? ¿Están listos? 1, 2, 3. Now, there is this little thing that I wanted to add, where they also todas las flores gradualmente empiezan a brillar en el fondo. But I couldn't do it because it was tasking the processor and the graphics card way too much. You might wonder why is it that something so simple is tasking the processor too much. Some effects use a bit of complex rendering, so I couldn't really do it. but it would be nice to be able to be able to do all of that. Okay, one more time. Wow, thank you, gracias. Do you know the song Kaika Sengen by Hanasaki Miyavi-san? ¿Conoces la canción Kaika Sengen de Hanasaki Miyavi-san? So there is this line at the emotional climax of the song, where in English I use the version from the Overlord Bursten. Say something. All of these thoughts I had for you, they're making feels as far as I can see. I know that even past this I'll worry and get lost. I will find myself set back again. But with your heart and dead with mine, I don't mind taking many times. Come on, we shall have all these flowers bloom anew. Yeah, flower, a blooming flower, flower, a blooming flower, flower, a blooming flower, flower, a blooming flower. And then, dun, and oh, in this part. And you see how on my right there is a bit of an empty space. I want the final note to make it so that a poster of Miyavi-san appears here on the on the empty space, like below the comment word. I felt that will be pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty nice. And I was thinking of also doing like a little fanfic based on Miyavi-san, like inspired by that song, which will be essentially also I really should have some I really should get some work done. I got super distracted. The thing is, I got super distracted by such wonderful, amazing, lovely Amici that I cannot help it. I cannot help it. Mm, um, but essentially, it will show me Javi-san moving forward with the being so moved by the love that so many of his fans had for him, and also by the emotional support of the people around him. I unfortunately, because of the language barrier, I am not like very familiar with Miyavi-san, because I think as many people that are familiar with Vtubing will know, there can sometimes be a difference between the public perception or the VTuber image persona of someone, like what everyone in VTubing knows about Miss Kali, about Miss Ame, etc., versus what they actually are like, or what their close fans, like the ones who are watching streams regularly, know of them. For example, in the case of someone that is like super mega famous, like Miss Kali or Marinsan, people will have the impression that Miss Kali is like a super mega, really hard worker, which she also is, of course, and is really determined professional. But I think for the people that know her a lot, they will know that she also can be a bit of a dork in the cute sense of the word. Or in the case of Marine, for example, how much she wears her hair on her sleeve, and how she can be so honest about the times that she can feel very insecure and all that. Now, from what I understand, Miyavi-san sometimes has also been pretty open about having moments of personal insecurity, or being a bit uncertain about the future in a general sense. And I wanted to have that combination between someone that can sometimes feel a bit insecure about mm, about himself, or who can have a lot of doubts that tend to naturally accompany um, the more crippling forms of anxiety. alongside also having such an incredibly pure heart, which I really do believe that Miyavi-san has. I actually had rarely seen someone who has like such an wonderfully sweet, such a wonderfully kind or innocent heart as Miyavi has. There's a reason why so many people think that he's so incredibly cute. Not just because he has a pretty voice, or because he is so polite. There is something about Miyavi that is just incredibly sweet and kind. Um, and we clearly see the love that so many people had for him, and all of the people that really believe and care for him and wants to move forward in response to that love. Sorry, I don't know if I am expressing myself correctly. But I forgot that we don't have the background music in here. Sorry. For example, grazie per il headband. There is this story when actually Miyavi-san talked quite seriously to Tanigo-san about his idea for leaving Holosters, and Tanigo-san actually took the time out of his day to sit down and talk to Miyavi, having a little heart-to-heart, and eventually convince him to stay. And I don't know if I necessarily will have. I don't know if I necessarily will have that moment specifically in the fanfic or anything, but it will be kind of like one of the emotional plot points, so to say, of the story. Actually, I am kind of debating whether I should best viewers on blah blah blah.com. No, thank you. I am sorry, Northeastern Red Justment TV. I don't want the best viewers. I want my viewers. I want my human viewers. Oh, okay. Let's try practice. I need to get some work done. We need to get some work. Tenemos que trabajar un poco. We need to have some work done. But the question is, what work do we have done? What work do we have done? Also, one thing that surprises me here on the map is apparently Malaysia is geographically smaller than Indonesia. Well, every time that I see Indonesia on a map, I'm actually surprised by how relatively big Indonesia is, like out of the territory that encompasses Indonesia. I will be honest, it's a country that I would like to visit someday, Indonesia, because it really does seem like a very what is the term that we use in investor meetings? I used to be kind of an investor, that's a long story. Yo solía ser un inversor, es una larga historia. Un país emergente, an emerging country, or the term emerging country is very different from developing country, in the sense that an emerging country is essentially a nation that has achieved a considerable level of development and quite an astounding level of promise. Like, oh yeah, this is a country to watch out for. And I will say that I'm always genuinely impressed by a lot of the things that I see in Indonesia. Like, it really does seem like a beautiful place, like a really amazing place. Sorry, I got completely sidetracked. Indonesia is very spread out, many islands. I heard of that. I heard that they had something like, I want to say almost like 1,000 islands or something. Like, they had a lot of islands. Escuché que Indonesia tiene muchas islas. Algo así como cerca de 1000 islas o algo por el estilo, ¿verdad? Son muchas islas. Okay. Let's try to New York vocal coaching. Tomemos una muy breve lección vocal. Let us take a very small vocal lesson. We don't need to go to the complete lesson. So we will just do this one.
Some say it's the number of perfection.
Yeah.
Others say it's lucky. But either way, today's 7 exercises will be the perfect way for your voice to hit the jackpot.
Jackpot! You hear that, guys? We can hit the jackpot. And let's move to this one.
Hey singers, I'm Justin Stoney, the founder of New York Vocal Coaching, welcoming you to episode 129 of Voice Lessons to the World. Pretty simple task here today. 7 vocal exercises that are not crooked, but straight fire.
You trying to get some of this hot fire?
Range, strength, tone, speed, finesse, we're all gonna get better. And voice teachers, try these with your students. Let's go to our first exercise. You all ready for this? Our warm-up isn't just any warm-up, it's fancy. Sounds like this. Now, why is this fire? Well,
this is the man who taught me how to sing, by the way. He is genuinely one of the best vocal teachers that I see. By the way, I will take a very small detour here just to mention something. The choice for which musical teacher to go for, especially in the matter of the voice, because the voice is something so varies so much with each person. You should think about whether this teacher sings the kind of songs that you want to sing about and teaches in the style that you want to sing about. Because, like I say, especially with singing, sometimes it can be that a teacher can be good, but he doesn't teach in the style that you want to sing. And then it's not going to be very useful for you. And of course, the male and female voice, I don't want to say that they learn in different ways, but at least I would like to mention that you had to think about an account for the difference that it will make. If you are, for example, a male learning to sing, when you hear a woman teaching to sing, there are like certain things, certain notes that are going to be a bit different for you, or certain things that are going to work differently, and vice versa. It doesn't mean that a male cannot teach a female student, for example, but it does mean that there are certain differences that must be accounted for. And additionally, different teachers can focus on different areas of the voice that maybe you don't want to focus so much. Pop singers are going to focus more on a higher larynx and place a greater emphasis on nasal resonance. Rock singers, for example, will probably want like much greater vocal stamina and a much higher grit to their music, which is not something that a cutesy K-pop boy or whatever is going to want to. It's not what their musical genre is about. So I know that I said this a few times already, but with singing, it's not necessarily that the teacher is good or bad, but more that is he doing the style, or is he doing the kind of things that you want to do, more or less, essentially.
Resonance, which adds flexibility and ease. And finally,
you will notice also that in many of the exercises, musical training exercises, you focus on a specific part of the voice, on a specific part of phonation. For example, here we do a warm-up that try to isolate and develop our nasal resonances.
Pick the octave that works for you, and here we go. That's it.
And you can tell why he is blocking his mouth with his tongue, right? So that the sound goes out inevitably through the nasal cavities. This is especially important for people that maybe don't fully realize just how clogged their nasal cavities can be.
Nice. What fun. And come back. Couple more. And last one. Excellent job. One down.
Thank you.
6 more to go.
And if you are wondering,
Our
there was a period of my life where I actually listened to this kind of lessons every day, and I practiced the exercises as part of my routine. I guess that's why I became kind of okay at singing. But I especially love New York vocal coaching because they supported me during a difficult time in my life. Yeah. I really love Mr. Justin. I really, really do. Come to Southeast Asia. We had 4 seasons. What? Oh no. Rain, flood, extremely hot. Oh. You know, one of the things that I will most love about visiting the world, I always had the hope of visiting somewhere that actually has winter. Because in my country, in my part of South America, we don't really have winter. We only had winter for like 2 weeks or something of actual cold. And the rest of the time, and the rest of the year, it's hot. The fury of the sun melts us. The sun melts us. But that is actually fascinating because I heard that there were some parts of Asia that do have a lot of rain in some parts in some parts of the years. Like for example, in Vietnam, I think it is called the monsoon season. I'm not sure if I am pronouncing that correctly. Monsoon, I think it is. That yeah, it rains and it rains a lot. But apparently Southeast Asia has quite a rowdy weather too, doesn't it? Oh no, oh no. Living in the southern hemisphere is suffering. Living in the southern hemisphere is suffering. They have as many islands as there are in One Piece, probably. Tienen tantas islas como las que hay en One Piece, probablemente. Amici, I must make a confession. But you have to promise not to spank me, okay? Did you promise that you're not going to spank me? Okay. So, are you ready to hear my confession? I have never seen One Piece. Yeah, I never actually seen One Piece. I never even read the manga, which is funny because they say that actually One Piece is like really, really good. Like it genuinely is really, really good. I might be perhaps a little controversial when saying this, but well, I mean, I already opened my mouth, so it's just a question of how much I want to stick my foot in it. I don't find the female characters of One Piece to be particularly really attractive. They are really pretty, and from what I understand, their characterization is genuinely amazing. Like from what I understand, the female characters in One Piece are arguably some of the best in shonen. But I don't really like the design of the characters in One Piece. For Luffy, it works really well because it does give him the kind of adventurous, uh, like adventure-loving, free-spirited, happy-go-lucky sense of the anime. But for the female characters, Nami and the other one, I don't quite remember, the design just doesn't really appeal to me all that much. And I know that there is that character that has like the hair dyes all the time or something like that. But I don't know. I never really got into it. I never really got into it too much. Well, I suppose that a lot of female characters in shonen animes are not like super mega attractive, right? Because technically, um, a beautiful female character is not like really the focus of a lot of shonen anime. And I know that it's going to sound like a really strange or a really surprising thing to think, to say, but um, well, nowadays on the internet there is a lot of discussion about like what designs can be guy pretty versus girl pretty, right? And I feel that a lot of the designs in shonen anime, especially more like older shonen anime, are more like guy pretty, are more like I don't know how to say it, but they are not. At least to me, they are not as pretty. I guess the designs in Bleach were beautiful. But sometimes I feel that the designs of the female characters in many shoujo animes are more pretty, are more attractive than the designs in a lot of shonen anime. I don't know. It might be just me too. But there is a very distinct, a lot of stylistic distinctions between the designs of the characters to the point that most people, if they see a shonen character versus a shoujo character, like at a glance, they can tell which one is which one is which. There is actually this film, Naoko Yamada, I believe, this animation director in Kyoto Animation, that I always admired the extreme femininity of her designs. Like she was genuinely one of my favorite authors. Yeah. One Piece is very long. It is. It's very long. It's not easy to start, so it's understandable. It can be a bit intimidating. From what I heard, it can be like very, oh no, 700 chapters. Oh. But you, One Piece fans, are lucky in one sense that the author is still alive. I, Miura sensei, we miss you. We miss you, Kentaro Miura-san. Oh my god, I miss Miura-san so much. Ah. For me at the start, it was a bit intimidating to get into Berserk. I don't know if like a lot of people here read Berserk. I don't know if like a very popular manga. Um, but I am genuinely so glad that I did because I do believe that Berserk stands even like next to Kase no Tani no Nausicaa, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, as one of the greatest mangas in the history of the medium. I genuinely believe it is that amazing. Mm, Sorry about that. More than that, some of the panels you can tell that Kentaro Miura sensei poured all of his life's work into the creation, into the achievement of perfection. And that kind of master craftsmanship is something downright admirable in any context. So even though Oda Sensei has already made some provisions um, for the staff to know the what is the supposed intended ending of One Piece, in case that uh, it's a wonder that we're still having it with us. It genuinely is a wonder. I I miss Miura Sensei so much. Uh, I miss Miura Sensei so much. Itai yo, itai. I'm familiar with Berserk, but I never read it. A lot of people tend to be intimidated by Berserk because of the extreme amount of violence. More specifically, the kind of like sex violence that there is. And on the topic of the more soft type of violence, uh, it's interesting because I heard that many times Miura actually said on his later period that he kind of regretted adding so much intimate violence in the earlier period of Berserk, in the more grimdark period of Berserk. Mm, and I know that actually a lot of fans of Berserk will probably be a bit unhappy with me saying this, but even though I was very neutral on it or like very indifferent to it at first, and I thought that it was not that great that so many people actually decided not to read Berserk because of the presentation of some of that violence in the earlier parts of the manga. Because after Conviction arc, there is very little, if any, of that. And when I read so many of the discussions in the comments, I started to understand why so many people were made uncomfortable, felt uncomfortable because of those types of violence. And I can see why eventually Miura felt that maybe he did not portray those elements of the story in the best way that he could have. It was a bit of a, well, I guess a bit of a character development moment for me, I suppose. In the sense that I could start being more open about the idea of like when people said, hey, yeah, I mean, this is a masterpiece, Berserk is a masterpiece, but this part made me a little bit uncomfortable. And whereas before, I would probably had said that, oh yeah, I don't know. I think the people are just exaggerating or something. I got to think, oh well, I mean, I understand why they might feel a little bit uncomfortable. So it was a good learning experience. Sorry, disculpas. Not, I don't know where I was going with that. I got a pretty sidetrack. But yeah, bastante sidetrackado. Sorry about that. I read the manga. I binge catch up on it once a year. I don't know how to describe it, but reading One Piece feels like hanging out with friends, even after a long time. That's really cute. Eso es bastante lindo. That's really super cute. Yo leí el manga. Veo lo que pasó con el manga, o sea, llego hasta... pero leo todo lo que pasó una vez al año. No sé cómo describirlo, pero leer One Piece se siente como estar hablando con amigos, incluso después de un largo tiempo. When you have a long series that has been with people's life for so long, it really does feel a little bit like they are a long-time friend, a long-time friends, right? Because they are something that has been happening for such a long time in your life that you can like almost set some kind of landmarks in your life according to when this or that episode or this or that chapter released or when did this arc finish. For example, like, oh yeah, I remember that when Luffy and company were still in this or that island, I was about to finish college. Or I remember that Luffy defeated this enemy, this villain, right before my final exam or stuff like that. It can actually be something that's really cute in a way. And sometimes I actually do wonder if authors, like in this case, for example, Oda Sensei, Keiichiro Oda-san, I believe, right? Sometimes thinks about that, about the fact that his work is now something that has some kind of long-standing presence in the life of people that a lot of people are going to look back on fondly and remember the different periods in their life in relation to his manga. That must be a really powerful feeling to have to hold on to. Like, it must be something really cool. Sorry, I'm trying to find snippets here. Okay, wonderful. Oh no, some of these snippets are yabai. Some of these snippets are actually pretty yabai. Okay, we are gonna... don't we have a other Vtuber fanfic? No, we only have the... Oh, no, okay, these are the ones. Wonderful. I mean, we can just open a separate page for snippets. No, I think I know what we're going to do. I'm gonna make a separate version for snippets Vtubers. And then I'm going to open this page for the snippets of Vtubers. Excellent. Yeah, that is better. I guess we can. This one isn't too crazy, so I guess we can read this little poem. Yeah, I think we can. Sorry, I'm fixing something here. Blah blah blah. We very much cannot include this part. Okay, now it is sanitized for YouTube. You know, when I say things like, okay, now it is sanitized for YouTube, sometimes I wonder what the people lurking or watching are thinking. Like, what does he mean sanitized for YouTube? What kind of stuff is this person writing about? Well, what was he writing that he couldn't show on YouTube? Oh no. I thought he was like Miyabi-san, but he's also like Mashiro-san. Oh no. Do you know Mashiro Meme-san, Nije-sanji? I adore Mashiro. I genuinely love Mashiro-san so much. He is genuinely so great. And I actually love his focus on horror, on a lot of horror content. I agree. I wouldn't say One Piece character designs are pretty or pleasing to the eye, but it does give variety. Except the females. The pretty females are often drawn pretty similar. Not that you mention it, that is something that also happens a lot in Berserk. And a few commenters actually do mention that while there is a lot of variety in body composition, like in body types, but with many many characters in Berserk, not just the main characters, for example like Griffith or Guts, or for example many of the villagers, etc. When a female character in Berserk is designated as the pretty one, they always have like a very, very similar body type. Fun fact, apparently Kentaro Miura-san based the appearance and proportions of Casca as his vision of the ideal woman. Like that is what an ideal woman will look like according to Kentaro Miura-san. Which I always find it quite curious that Japanese artists will find a super badass tomboy girl like, yeah, that's my girl. That's the girl I love. It's pretty cute actually, not gonna lie. Did you know that there are actually a lot of people who think that Casca and Guts aren't really that good for each other? Like a lot of people actually do say that they don't really like the relationship between Casca and Guts. I was surprised the first time that I heard that. Sorry. If you don't read Berserk, then it's not going to make a lot of sense, because a lot of animes really lead out. I don't recommend almost any anime to read Berserk. You should read the manga because none of the adaptations do the manga justice. They leave out a lot of the important stuff that happens during the Golden Age, and even after the eclipse, they also leave out a lot of content, and they don't really do justice to pretty much any arc of Berserk. You should read the manga. You should read the manga. But it is a shame that actually a lot of manga do tend to stick to a cookie cutter or to a cookie cutter to a it's not a stereotypical the word that I'm looking for. A body type that is always the same in a lot of manga. I'm sorry, I'm trying to open this. It could also be because the editors themselves kinda tell the author, hey, you should make this character look like this, or oh, you should do this with this character. Word capture. Additionally, I read that a lot of apparently a lot of female readers started becoming fans of shonen anime or shonen manga, but they don't tend to really like the female characters in shonen mangas themselves. I don't remember the exact reason, but I think many of them sometimes mentioned that they felt the characters tended to be a bit too one-dimensional or too pandering. So they tended to insert themselves more into male characters. Yeah, because I think I read it once that they said it was with Naruto, it was with Naruto that you know, because of the whole Naruto Sasuke, let's call it romance, and I use romance in the more antiquated sense of the term, that they had a surprising amount of female viewers, of female fans, readers that started getting into it because of the whole dynamic between the two. And that is when they actually got into the idea of like making more like attractive shonen characters, or making more sorry, I think my brain is impraining too much right now. I'm gonna read a little bit here and then I catch up on that. Let's see if I can do a bit of a dramatic reading, but I will avoid the multi reference. Actually, I'm not sure if I would like the jazz track. Let's use something else right now. Vtuber fanfics, size of streamer box, tracks. What is tracks? Streams, tracks. When kissing your lover, a kiss on the head, a kiss at the forehead indicates playful ownership, like a doll you want to take care of every hour of every day. A kiss on the cheek is like the most intimate of friendships. A close gesture to really make clear to that person that you're there for them. You had no idea how much I'm blushing right now. A kiss on the thighs betrays a tinge of loss, but also vulnerability. Something you will only do with someone you'd feel comfortable showing your scars. A kiss on the shoulders is as casual as daily life. It's something you do with someone you already been sharing your life with for a long time. Ooh, Bryce, this is tough, man. A kiss on the waist and the belly is just so intimate. It gives me butterflies just to think of it. It takes a funny middle ground, but when an innocent romantic gesture and the prelude of something far. Hand holding and smoldering eye contact while you wait for I'm not reading that. F you, Alchemist, F you. Or well, Danshi, I guess, in this case. A kiss on the knees is cute. Like you're looking for all the places you can adore them. A kiss on the hand is a classic. It shows devotion and subservience. Yet, perhaps you can flip a little if you kiss the palm instead of the back. There, it becomes something weirder yet more unique. Something bordering between the intimate and raw desire. Okay. There is this advice that a writing teacher once told me that you should try after you write a bit of prose, after you write something, you should wait a bit and like a couple of days after or whatever, you try to read it out loud, and not just like read it out loud in your head, like actually read it out loud, and that will help you a lot to figure out if there is a part that isn't flowing too well, if there is a part in the prose that is a little like a run-on sentence, if there is something that doesn't make the prose flow, doesn't make the events of the story flow in a very clear manner and things like that. And honestly, it's an advice that has helped me a lot with writing, because it genuinely did help me to figure out any kinks in the story, or to figure out anything that was like maybe not that great in the prose, that was like maybe not making it read so well. I will mention that this is an advice that is more applicable to modern prose, or to contemporary prose, to be more precise. Ancient prose is naturally going to be more verbose for a bunch of linguistic reasons that I don't know if I can get into. Catching up on chat. I used to work in an Amazon warehouse, and I remember picking a lot of those thick hardcover Mercer mangas. Wow! That's actually pretty amazing that you work in an Amazon warehouse. I congratulate you for that, because from what I heard, it can be like really grueling work, and unfortunately, some of the working conditions in the warehouses can be not quite the ideal. So I do hope that if that is a period in your life that is now behind you, I do hope that you are able to pass that period of your life without carrying any kind of injuries or bad memories of it, because sometimes the work there can be a bit unnecessarily rude. But I do hope that you are able to look back on that era of your life fondly. I do hope that you had fun, for real. And I remember picking a lot of those thick hardcover Berserk mangas. Really? That's actually so amazing. I do imagine that you got to see so many unique, so many cool stuff in your time there. Like I am sure that you saw a lot of really cool stuff. Like, oh wow, I didn't know they used to have this kind of stuff, or I didn't know they had that kind of stuff. That's the cool thing sometimes about working in a new environment, that you get exposed to a lot of cultural material or a lot of concepts and ideas that you would not have otherwise seen. So at least that is one thing that is worth rescuing. I don't know if that will be the right term. Of a situation that you did not necessarily expect. That's certainly so cool. That's certainly so cool that you got to see so many of the Berserk mangas. And yeah, the hardcover versions are nice. The hardcover versions are so good. I'm telling you, if I ever become like a dirty millionaire or Jason, I will be collecting the best editions of the Berserk manga and of the Nausicaa manga, because I genuinely do feel that they are pieces of art. And sure, many people had heard that some of the pages of JoJo are now in the Louvre Museum, and that is really amazing, genuinely amazing. I distinctly remember it was a big, heavy, black book. It was big, heavy, and far too round. It was much too big to be called a book. Big, heavy, and far too round. It was more like a piece of raw iron. If you're wondering, those are the opening lines of Berserk. Like the first time that Guts actually uses the Dragon Slayer. It was so cool. So cool, really. A kiss on the back can vary depending on where exactly it is. Oh God, where are you going with this, Akanis? If on the upper back it shows closeness, it shows this person trusts you to adore some of the most vulnerable parts of her. A kiss on the middle back is even more vulnerable. No, thank you. No, thank you. Okay, but I did kind of feel that like a silhouette of a relationship line. That was actually, I felt that I was actually kind of cooking with that. No, thank you. A kiss on the back of the knee is creative. So is one around the calves or the shins. It's a spot that's often ignored but can get so many new sensations for the two of you to discover together. And a kiss on the lips. A kiss on the lips, if done with your whole heart, is like the most vulnerable declaration. It screams, I'm yours. It screams, I need you. It screams, I love you. Te amo. It was very interesting to see all the stuff that people bought. Era muy interesante ver todas las cosas que la gente compraba. I do imagine. I used to have a customer-facing job and another job where we had to interact with a lot of audios and phone calls of people, where we had to do like a review of phone calls. Of course, I can't really like say much about it, of course, but and sometimes you did end up finding some really unique characters. Oh, honestly, they always make the day. There are some really unique people in the world. That's for sure. Where are the sorry, let's this isn't here, right? Okay, fine, we can actually open it here. Okay. Wait a moment. Is this thing showing on the... No. Close this. I kinda want to try declaratory, so let's... More declamation. So let's actually try this. But at the end of it, it surges from something beyond reason and explanation, does it not? At the very heart of it, it is something that I just feel I must do. It is an almost physical art. It is an almost physical urge to what? Even that I cannot explain. It is something, a passion that fires itself. Something for what I must do. Something for which a core of me exists. Nope. Okay, wonderful. So now we're actually going to enter the... Now we're going to do the heart of some of the Vtuber fanfics. Why don't we start with the Miyabi one? Let us start with the Miyabi one. I think we can actually use this one, and we can do this thing to move a little bit below, and we can move this one a little bit lower, this one a little bit smaller. Yeah, okay. Beautiful.
Second exercise is the ultimate range builder, because who doesn't want that? The ultimate range builder sounds something like this.
Range is something that tends to be a bit misunderstood.
Helps us go higher, but why is it fire? Going up with this little sound, we are literally stretching the folds. Like any good athlete, we've got to have flexibility, and this HW also encourages flageolet. Be sure to check out the episodes we've done on that. Not only will HW build our highest range, but will also help every register beneath it. We're talking head voice, chest voice, mix, and if that's not enough, this little sound assists your vocal health and longevity. So let's stretch it out. That's...
Okay, we will do a little bit of flageolet.
And here we go. Yes. Good stuff.
Especially for a good construction of flexibility, the important thing is for people to learn how to not tense their vocal folds. A lot of people don't realize just how much tension they can carry in their own body.
And come on back. Good for you. And two left.
Later on. Otro día, capo.
せないまま僕を呼ぶ君の声暗闇で聞こえる会いたくてでもどこへ行けばいいのかわからない前後左右さまよってたどり着いた現在地昨日よりもほんの数センチ近づいてるといいな今ここに咲いた始まりの花が日の光浴びて空を見上げているまだ頼りなくて風が吹けばいとも簡単に消えてしまいそうなでも綺麗な花が咲いた
僕がデビューしてから
Wait. There are so many more ways that it can fail. That's true. That's true. Flowers for Miyagi-san. It's a shame I don't have I can't use the flower emojis here on Twitch. Because I really like Miyagi. That's why I can start. Like there are so many ways that it can fail. Like there are so many ways that someone could get discouraged, someone could get scared of like doing something that they are actually happy from doing. Or rather, even though someone makes the decision to step forward and try to reach out to other people, there are still many ways where that journey is going to be something uncertain. It's going to be something that they don't really know how it is going to go. But how do I want to explain that sentiment? And even though there are this little fragile with tiny droplets of life. That people believe in. For the time being, I am simply implanting the seed or the heart of the fanfic. That's why a lot of the things that I'm writing don't really make a lot of sense as a cohesive story, but simply to get the sentiment or the feeling alongside. Speaking of, let me write here, let me just write something very simple in this part. Super, wonderful. Blood Beats and Team Inspo. 急がだでも
僕がデビューしてから一番最初に声をかけたのも一番付き合いの長いのもみやびだからこの思い出を忘れてほしくない これから先もいっぱい思い出を作っていきたい。だから
思い出して I don't watch that my lord, but he's so cute. He can be so cute.
花びらが冷たい雨に濡れる小さな影に心が飲み込まれてゆく通り過ぎた情景もなくした落とし物も後ろを見ていたら転んじゃうかな。やっと前を向いて歩いて行ける気がする。雨上がりの空の下で君が僕を照らし出した。この想いが届くようにもっともっともっと咲き誇れ。今ここに咲いた始まりの花が日の光浴びて風に揺られているスタートにさ。今ここに咲いた始まりの花が日の光浴びて。
And this is the part where there is almost a sense of glory or triumph in the story or in the plot bits. So, like right before the outro and like the conclusion or the literally the final page of the fanfic, which is what got me the idea for the whole fanfic, there should be this almost like triumphant realization. Okay. Also, I'm a little bit curious. I do hope that this isn't being like something boring for people, right? I hope that it isn't being like something boring for the audience. I just kind of like thought of trying out something new, and I felt that I wondered or was curious if like maybe having something like this would be like interesting for people watching to watch sort of a process of work, because sometimes I want to also have like a bit of co-working too, while because of all the projects that I want to do. By the way, I'm thinking of doing having a archive of our own account. But one thing that I was a bit worried about having an archive of our own is I wasn't sure if I wanted to have it as Alconist, because I don't know if archive of our own is seen as a platform for SaaS stuff. Like, I don't know if people see it as, oh yeah, no, people go there to write SaaS fanfics and stuff like that. Is Archive of Our Own seen that way? Or is it seen more like fanfic.com, where it's kind of like, it's just in general? There is both SaaS, but there is also not SaaS stuff in there. I'm actually a bit curious. I actually ask the wisdom of you, Amici. Where is my page? Here. It's very dry, but we can work with this at least. Sure, yeah, let's go with this. Another thing that sometimes I worry a little bit about, is it weird for me to be doing like fanfics about other VTubers, even if I only generally reference their lore? Because sometimes I do worry a little bit if it's going to be taken negatively by other people in the VTubing community. Um, Even for example, like more innocent fanfics like this. Because there are some parts of the VTubing community that sometimes react in ways that I don't fully understand. Una cosa que me preguntaba algunas veces, ¿acaso se verá como un poco extraño que yo siendo VTuber haga fanfics de otros VTubers, aun si fuera algo que solamente se refiriese a su lore? Ya que, disculpen, hay veces que algunas partes de la comunidad de VTuber reaccionan en formas que para mí son un poquito extrañas o inusuales. Y aunque por supuesto muchos de los fanfics que hago tratan exclusivamente con el lore de los personajes y que son generalmente inocentes, podríamos decirlos, no estoy seguro cómo algunas partes de la comunidad reaccionarían respecto a eso. Maybe I should submit that to a poll. I don't know. Quizás deberías presentarlo a una votación. No lo sé. And you know, it is actually pretty funny, or at least one thing is actually kind of funny to me sometimes, that a lot of male VTubers oftentimes say that a lot of male VTubers do find a lot of negativity and hatred. I remember, for example, one that said, most people don't see it, but we get a lot of hate in our private messages or our private communications or just for existing. That never happened to me. And I had genuinely no idea if it is because I'm just too small for it, if it is because I don't talk to female VTubers and thus I don't deal with a potentially jealous audience, or if it is simply a result of me barely reaching out to anyone really, but sticking almost exclusively to a sweet, kind people, etc., etc. Muchas personas, muchos VTubers masculinos suelen hablar de que encuentran bastante rechazo y bastante odio, supongo podríamos decirlo, por el hecho de ser VTubers masculinos. Recuerdo que incluso uno en el ámbito angloparlante dijo algo así como: gente, ustedes realmente no se ve esto muy en público, pero nosotros, VTubers masculinos, enfrentamos mucho odio, recibimos mucho odio, solo por ser quienes somos, en nuestros mensajes privados o en el área general o lo que sea. A mí nunca eso pasó. I literally never got a hateful message. Y yo genuinamente no sé si nunca recibí ese tipo de odio que parece ser tan común para muchos VTubers masculinos. No sé si es debido al hecho de que soy un canal demasiado pequeño, no sé si es por el hecho de que no interactúo con VTubers mujeres y por lo tanto no me involucro con una audiencia potencialmente celosa. o no sé si es un resultado del hecho de que, bueno, siendo sincero, casi apenas eh, hablo mucho con otras comunidades, con otros VTubers, pero que algo así como 95% del tiempo que yo hablo con otros VTubers son exclusivamente VTubers 6 o personas amables, personas buenas, dulces, etcétera, etcétera. But, sorry. But to me, it has always been like really curious or really odd that a lot of people, a lot of male VTubers do say that it seems to be super mega common that just for being a male VTuber, you will get a lot of hatred, you will get a lot of negativity, etc. And to me, it doesn't happen at all. Like, it genuinely has never happened. Pero siempre me ha sido algo bastante curioso el hecho de que disculpas, yo escuché tantas veces de que como que se trate como una cosa común que a todos los VTubers masculinos les pasa, de que reciban tanto odio solo por ser VTubers masculinos, mientras que para mí eso nunca ha pasado, literalmente nunca ocurrió, like literally never has anyone said, for example, that talentista, talentada, etc., etc. And you know, it's actually sometimes even a bit funny to me that, well, I know this is going to sound like a super crazy, almost super yabai stuff, but sometimes I wonder about some of the stuff that I say, and I do wonder if some of the more like maliciously minded people that hang around in some of the parts of VTubing will say, oh no, look at this dear word says sex pest or something like that. Because there are some parts in the VTubing community that actually really don't can be a bit mean about like certain countries. we can just say it like that. From what I understand, there are actually quite a few male VTubers that get scared about being open about certain things, about some of their preferences, because they don't really want to risk being seen as perverted or whatever. But maybe in my case it is because I had experienced both female and male dominated spaces enough to know that a lot of the people that wantonly act like someone is like bad for saying that kind of stuff, or rather for expressing particularly masculine tastes, tend to be other men who just want to make them look bad. So in that sense, I don't really tend to feel nervous or feel worried about expressing some of the things that I like, or that I'm into, or whatever, or anything like that. But another big component of why I am so comfortable saying that is because I generally don't really have the projection or a perspective. I don't really plan to interact with a lot, maybe any female VTubers in the future. So I know that I can speak openly about some of the things that I like or whatever, and not worry about how that is going to be perceived by the the Discord moderator of Jesus Christ, the Discord moderator or some really big female VTuber or whatever. Like, I genuinely appreciate how comfortable I can feel in talking about the things that I believe in or whatever, without worrying about how that side of the VTubing community will interpret it. Sorry, I don't really know where I was going with that exactly, but essentially, while being so small has a lot of disadvantages, while I probably kinda wish I didn't close myself up so much from the more masculine parts of the audience. Although for better or worse, I will say arguably better. Nowadays we do seem to be having more of a male audience. For me, it is genuinely valuable and wonderful that I can be open about being who I am and about being the way I am. Essentially, more or less. Yeah. Pero Leon, gracias por tu headpad. Thank you. Okay, catching up on chat. Creo que no. Raro sería que te besara con una vaca directa. Ok, pero solo diré, yo creo que a mí me quedaría bien un bikini de vaca. I think I will look good on a kokini. I do think I will look good in a kokini. Oh, it's a bit late. I will rock a kokini, let's be honest. Creo que es costumbre de ver mujeres Vtuber, ya que creo que hay más mujeres Vtubers que hombres Vtubers. Yeah, there are way more female Vtubers than male Vtubers. Like, way more. Sorry about that. Like, por ejemplo, esto por supuesto es una contaduría simplemente anecdótica, pero en Twitch, en el par de indie por supuesto, creo que algo así como hay 10 VTubers mujeres por cada un VTuber varón. Like in Twitch, for example, I think in the industry there are like 10 female VTubers for every one male VTuber, and the audience is that. I think there is, for example, an assumption that like about 80% of the VTuber audience is male, while 20% of the VTuber audience is female. En Twitch, por ejemplo, en internet en general hay por lo menos una percepción general de que 80% de la audiencia de VTubers son varones, mientras que 20% son mujeres. And one thing that I noticed, although this is something that varies a lot with the culture of each individual community, and community here I also mean the agencies, like the culture of Nijisanji, the culture of Holostars and Hololive, the culture of First Stage Production, whatever, or the indie culture. It does seem to me that the audiences tend to be very separated. I mean separated in the sense that they don't really seem to be all that naturally interested in the content from the other branch. Muchas veces me da la impresión de que las audiencias para las ramas masculinas y las audiencias para las ramas femeninas parecen estar bastante separadas. Me refiero a eso, a que no suelen ser aparentemente las mismas personas y también parecen no naturalmente tener el mismo interés, que no suelen naturalmente tener un interés en la otra rama. Generally, they seem to be rather separate in their interest. And a lot of people might say that it's pretty unfortunate and pretty sad. In some ways, there is a good argument to be made that it is a bit unfortunate. But it kinda, I don't know, it is what it is. At least that is what I observe. Okay, let's continue. Headpad. Thank you. Gracias por the headpad, Mr. Chat. Thank you. I hope you never get hate message even when you get big. Ojalá que nunca reciba mensajes de odio incluso cuando sea más popular. Thank you. That is so sweet. Thank you so much. I don't mind it too much personally. Without getting too much into it, I used to get a lot of, not a lot of hate, but I used to get a lot of criticism and a lot of attacks when I was younger. Some people were really mean to me in the past. So I am kinda used to it, or I know how to handle when people say mean stuff, and thankfully I'm pretty good at not letting it get to me. Sin ir en mucho detalle respecto a ello, yo solía recibir un tanto de odio, un tanto de críticas en el pasado, y fui desarrollando supongo podemos llamarlo fortaleza mental, como para no permitir que esas palabras feas me molesten. Sometimes I think it's genuinely funny, like genuinely funny. Hay veces que pienso que es algo genuinamente cómico, genuinamente gracioso. Actually, I don't know if I should mention this, but I did for a very brief time have a spat on Twitter with some people that were calling Miss Fruit some misogynistic terms that I will not really care to repeat. Hubo un breve periodo en Twitter en el que yo tuve unas discusiones con algunas personas que llamaban a la señorita Fruit unos términos misoginistas que preferiría no repetir. And I know that there are people that don't really have a lot of feelings about the whole situation, but essentially I wanted to correct some of the things that people were saying about situations that were flat out factually incorrect. Quería simplemente en ese momento corregir algunos de los hechos, algunas de las cosas que se estaban diciendo en toda esa situación, cosas que eran simple y llanamente incorrectas. And I think that there was one of the people there that essentially called me mentally disabled in the non-nice way. And beyond me finding it distasteful that someone will use such crass language, it genuinely didn't bother me at all. For a moment, I think I even thought about replying, just responding to one of the original points and saying something like, utilizing slurs only manages to weaken your argument or something like that. But I felt that whoever was going to read that discussion already had a good idea of what my position on the topic was, and there was no need to engage further. But that was also a moment that had shown me just how varied the Vtuber community can be. Because while a great part of the people that came around to call Miss Fruit's misogynistic terms were not Vtubers, they were not part of the Vtuber community. A good amount of them were actually from certain parts of the Vtuber community. Parts that I am sure that people who, for example, only watch Holosters, they will be surprised that they exist. Like I certainly was. I certainly quite was. But on the emotional sense, it did not really bother me. En el sentido emocional, no me fue una cosa molesta o desagradable o doliente que alguien en Twitter me llamó intelectualmente debilitado. Si es que entiendes a qué me refiero. No es la palabra que uso. Era una cosa más bien molesta. And I did think it was sad that there are people that argue in such a way, that prefer to sling mud over things that don't really matter rather than try to come together in search of truth and virtue. That is one thing that was a bit sad for me. But yeah, I mean, who knows? That's just how things go sometimes. And I will say, dealing with those people and also seeing some of the discussions that I see on Twitter, that sometimes does make me a bit insecure about being from Latin America. Haber pasado por esa discusión y ver a veces algunas de las cosas que algunas personas dicen en Twitter sí me ha hecho sentirme bastante inseguro de ser de Latinoamérica. Like, sometimes I wonder, Jesus, what will some parts of the Vtuber community think about me if when I say that I'm from South America? Like, will some of the more, I'm trying to use my words carefully here. Some of the more judgmental parts of the Vtuber community, like, assume I am some like weird caricature or like some strange evil caricature or some backwards person or something like that because of where I'm from. A veces pienso, me preocupo, ¿acaso será que algunas partes de la comunidad de Vtuber, las partes más prejuiciosas, supongo podríamos decirlo, cuando digo que soy de Sudamérica, ¿acaso pensarán que yo soy una cierta caricatura, o mala persona debido al lugar donde nací? But in my case, I am pretty lucky in one sense, like in two senses. The fact that just by being a male VTuber, I already avoid like a lot of those kinds of people because those kinds of people don't really tend to watch male VTubers, and especially the kinds of people that will say or think stuff like that wouldn't really be watching a channel like mine. I get the impression they probably wouldn't be watching a channel like mine. Pero en cierta forma es algo que por suerte no tiene mucha relevancia para mí por dos motivos. Creo yo que la clase de persona que pensaría de esa forma no estaría viendo un VTuber masculino en primer lugar, y especialmente la clase de persona que actúa de esa manera o que piensa de esa manera no estaría interesado en ver un canal como el mío. I do hope that I didn't scare off anyone with my by going into that slightly controversial talk. I really am sorry. I apologize. I probably shouldn't have said so much. Yeah. Sorry. Come nasai. Прости меня. Discúlpenme. Por favor, perdóneme, maestra, no me abofete. Maafkan saya, kawan-kawan. Maafkan saya. Scusami, per favore. Okay, let's continue. But yeah, don't worry if I ever get hate messages. Even, for example, if someone like threatens to do weird stuff to me on a DM or something, it just like that stuff doesn't work on Latin Americans. I would just say that doesn't scare us. Esas cosas no nos asustan. That doesn't matter at all, trust me. One thing that I will request, more for the sake of like the well-being of the amici, etc., even if you see someone that is like posting strange stuff or something, it's probably better to just report and to ignore it rather than just like try to answer or something, because that, even though I understand the feeling of wanting to respond to someone that is saying like stupid or mean stuff, it doesn't really tend to work well. It doesn't really tend to result in something. Okay. But thank you for the headpad again. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
これからの天を迷って悩んで立ち止まるだろうけど君がいる
He's so cute. Flower, lily flower, flower, lily flower, flower, lily flower. Oh no, what is this? I should probably start working on the next reaction stream. By the way, I should probably like try to start selecting the clips for the next reaction stream. We can do a little bit of Fastel. We can listen to a little bit of Fastel while I am. Nope, I need to go to an idol meeting first. Okay, and we probably have like half an hour left for the stream. I'll be back soon.
なあアステル、この曲聞き覚えはあるだろ。3年の時を経て光り輝くたくさんの思い出たち、そしてこれからも大切な同期やフォロスタの仲間と歩んでいきたい。だから思い出してくれ。乗り込んだら窓を開けて空の向こう覗いてみよう。まだ見たことない広い世界とキラキラ光る星の瞬き。ほらね、あの一つ一つが君の希望なんだ。最高当てのない旅路へ行く先には何が待ってるかな。最高果てのない未来へ不安なんてここに置いていこう。誰もが心の中に持っている夢、希望、勇気、この3つが混ざり合えば大きな力となりみんなを導くことでしょう。小さい頃に思い描いていた夢、気がついたら色あせていた。思い出してあの日見たその景色はもっともっと綺麗だったでしょう。初めの一歩は少し怖いけど持ってきた勇気。
Okay. So we can see a little bit of pop talk.
何
歌だよロベル。
はい歌
もういいから分かったからロベルあっちに行こう。
何
行こう行こう歌
ライブだ。
歌
これ行った方がいいですか？
行った方がいい。
行った方がいい。
行った
その方がいい。
だよね
行こ
行った方がいい。
行こう。
その方がいい。
なんかバイバイ
大丈夫です。
わかんないね、ちょっとね、怖いね。
皆さん本日は夕刻ロベルのオリジナル曲ポップトークを私岸野天馬がやってみたいと思います。皆さんいきますよ。はいはいはいはい。
We have this for now. And what is the next thing that we're going to do? I'm going to see to that in a bit. But first, I'm going to...
に降り出した雨粒みんな慌ててステップ歌になんないような拍子に合わせてさっきまでと一瞬で変わる空模様も知ってるのに誰かの天気予報を信じてる
You know one thing that I always thought was so amazing about pop though? Normally I see Roberto-san as the Zatsu master and the hilariously yabai winning song of All Stars, right? But when he does a song like Pop Dog, you remember that he actually does have quite a bit of genuine idol in him. なんてないから。
実際その通りって真に受けてしまっているレッテルとかそういうのどうでもいいからいい加減な感じで喋んなくちゃ言葉は踊らないみたい一体どうしたっていうくらいのテンションのまま部屋で一人好きな音楽やゲーム没に映る素を見せてみてよ思いもよらないことばかりで成り立っている世界それなら傘なんていらない売れて弾けて飛び回るポップコーンを片手にシネマを楽しもう雨粒のように気まぐれにテイストなんてその時の気分成り行きに任せてみれば意外な味に出会えるかも
Okay.
それが好きかどうかなんて君だけ知ってればいいはい皆さん手拍子覚えていますかいきます
The
よ
dance is cute too. It's the first time that I see them dancing in 3D. I don't know if like Robertson had already had a 3D dance for stuff. But it's honestly really cute. The gap moe of Sonic Poptal is so good. It really is. It's amazing. It genuinely is amazing. Because it really is like so surprising, right? It genuinely is some incredible Gatmore. You often see him being like so super yabai about the straight shot and other stuff, and now he's being an idol. Now he's being a genuine idol. Sorry, I didn't expect that we were going to listen to so much of it. Okay, thank you, recommendations. Thank you, YouTube recommendations. That is exactly what I need to see on on my stream. Well, we already have a bit of a draft for many more, but let's try and see if I can think of something more. The thing that stuns me a little bit in many more is I want to have it like some kind of show or dance, but I can at least do the emotional bits of the show and dance.
I'll cast a spell on your vision, awaken the magic, and we're together now. It's showtime, don't miss it. I'll weave the dream of your wishes. 僕のために輝く未来をたまりにたまって frustration まだのリアクションもっと鳴らせ Let's
Stand up!
And out of this world situation to ignite a brilliant sensation もっと歌え right now.
Okay, I think I have an idea. Could still take a little more. That green crystal. Cassia's Avalon crystal was green, right? Like bright green. It's okay, I guess.
Give me just all night. Gotta yori make me bright. Watch me more.
Watch me more.
Don't let me down, don't let me down.
Mm. Ah, sorry, I don't know why I am suddenly having so much anxiety. Maybe I'm feeling a little self-conscious. I don't know. Let's do a little bit more of the Wait, no subtitles for that. Wait. Oh no.
It's your time, come get it. I'll spin your heart to the limit. Forget where you're headed and be my everything now. It's your time, come get it. I'll guide your future's direction. 僕のために照らしてスポットライトめくりにめくったイミテーションまだまだ unstoppable caution もっともっと揺らせ Let's burn it out.
This is the second verse.
Forget where you're headed and be my
Every
everything
day,
now.
every night
It's
of
your time, come
praising
get
God.
it. I'll guide your future's direction. 僕のために
I
照
already
ら
have
して
that
スポ
part
ットラ
written
イ
down
ト
as
めくり
the
にめくったイミテーションまだまだ
So we
unstoppable
don't really need to mold it right now. More and more something is going on. Also, I don't know if anyone is still watching, Natalie, but cast with long hair or cast with short hair? Which one do you prefer? Which one do you think it looks better? For me, I think cast looks better with long hair. Short hair cast looks really cool too, but I think cast looks better with long hair. To be entirely honest.
Give me just all night. Oh, kicking out of my pride. Watch me more. Don't let me down, don't let me down, don't let me down. So every night goes crazy now. 忘れさせてくれよ全部守る世界は僕のまま Show me what you got. Don't let me down.
Reminder to your outro.
I'm fed up,退屈なんて
I'm just ashamed that I don't know the lyrics. Okay. So let's try the other one. Monologue in a row. Easy lyrics. No. There are no... Oh no. Wait, no, where's this? Where's this? Okay, yeah. Can't choose? I get it. Short hair cast looks pretty cool with the trend, with the trends. Okay, so we have the. We don't really see the lyrics themselves with the... We had an auto translation, so I guess we can actually see the beyond this version. Let me... Strolling the city at noon. Pretending to know the asphalt that I step on. While wits around we're struggling to live. Muttering, is the boat of your tunnel finally showing itself? Even though I had stopped playing the guitar first but long ago. In many ways, Izuru-san feels so nakedly like an artist, feels so nakedly artistic, that I can't help but kind of admire him for that. So, monologue in a row, Izuru. Well, I actually should be there's some time inspo. Hmm.
初めてギターを買った頃の自分が語りかけてくることも今は少なくなったよ安いギターを連れ出して地下道前で夜まで歌った目に飛び込んでくる夜の風帰り道に聞く深夜高速路上で歌う青年の声まるのは暇か物好きかそのどちらでもどちらでなくとも生きてる実感がその全て社会への不満なんてなくて死にたいとか言ったことなかった流行はいつも目の片隅塗り絵は自己満足の範囲賞賛も将来もなくていい好きなミュージシャンが言ってたから知らないことに真面目すぎるなよ少しは自分を好きになれたよ誰かがつぶやいた独り言が世の中を伝播して僕の声で届くように誰かのつまずきも卑屈な声もイヤホンの管を通して音楽が受け止めるように錆びた弦をそのままにして書き溜めた詩にメロディーを振った淡い橙色黄緑色詩を綴った時の空の色流行は人の生き死に見る角度で色彩が変わったヒットチャートは塗り替えられてくため息と懐に比例してすれ違う人間それぞれに例えばドラマがあったとしてもあく まで曲線上の話哲学の外の誤差の範囲僕には不揃いさが心地いい今日も許してくれたかけ違い切れ端はすくい取っておくよ少しは自分を好きになれるように僕らが背負っている涙とか傷が日に当たってもありのままでいられるように誰かの挫折や眠れない夜の足りないパズルが今だけでも見えないように簡単に寝つけなくなって晴れより雨の日が好きになった車窓からの景色に自分自身を走らせることもなくなって背が伸びる頃に聴いていた音楽は奥臭く感じて人生に挟んだしおりと記憶から色あせてしまったけど思い描いたステージも無駄遣いも自然じゃないが不自然じゃない誰かがつぶやいた独り言が世の中を伝播して僕の声で届くようにする誰かのつまずきも卑屈な声もイヤホンの管を通して音楽が受け止めるようにする僕らが背負っている涙とか傷が日に当たってもありのままでいられるようにする誰かの挫折や眠れない夜の足りないパズルが今だけでも見えないようにする見えないようにする
Well, I gotta really enjoy this one. Man, that felt a little intense for me, so I'm going to talk. No, I'm going to just drink some water. Voy a tomar un poco de agua. I'm going to drink a little bit of water. But I still hard. Yeah, Isuru-san makes me feel like that a lot of the time. Isuru-san, what I really love about Isuru-san is that he really feels like the most artistic among holosters, like the one that really goes into being more of a Bob Dylan like outdoors songwriter person that you feel like he has a message that he wants to tell with many of his songs, and I think that's so incredibly cool. I almost said cute, Which Isuru-san is pretty cute too in his kinda edgy way. But mostly, I genuinely think Isuru-san is really, really cool. Okay, I think we can. I think we can do one more song and then we can proceed to the next work, which, if I remember correctly, the next work should be working on some Tingamabop um yeah, um move plugin thingies, yeah, for the theatrical trick. And I think that theatrical trick should be one of the last things that I need for the project. Also, we're gonna listen to a bit of Giving because why not? And I'm gonna show you the other thing that I'm also thinking of working on. I'm telling you, I kinda regret not having seen Given before. Because also, from what I understand, the dynamics between many of the characters is genuinely great. Is genuinely good, genuinely sweet. Like from what I understand, a lot of the characters in Given are actually genuinely very well written. And I think they often say like the love between one of the characters towards another of the characters in it, like it's something genuinely romantic, like genuinely narcissistic. Sorry, I don't know why I'm suddenly watching. Why are we watching Yaoi all of a sudden? Why are we watching Yaoi suddenly? Or well, I don't know if Given will count as Yaoi, right? I suppose Given will be more like boys' love. I don't really know what is the distinction between those two things, to be entirely honest. Will YouTube not bonk you for watching this? Not too heavily. It will detect that there is some music, but it will likely just say that it's the body's disabled in Russia or whatever. And I will probably just mute the parts that get claimed. Might be a little controversial to say, but while a lot of people add or treat the YouTube's DNCA, I think it to be worse than that of Twitch. I'm personally more comfortable with YouTube's because YouTube will just like claim the stuff, but it will not really bother you much beyond it. It will just say, hey, okay, this thing is from this or that composer, but it will not like mute the audio or anything like that, like Twitch does. So I tend to prefer the YouTube way. But yeah, I probably shouldn't like. If I was like a much bigger Vtuber, I probably wouldn't be lost just watching these songs willy-nilly. Admittedly, my brain is a little bit cooked by this point, so I know so. I am planning to. I think that we can actually in the near future. I want to study a bit of audio mixing. I want to do some audio mixing and try to mix my own vocal text or find it, so that I think that find it will make for a good practice of audio mixing, because the you see how, for example, oh yeah yeah, oh yeah yeah. There are not many lines that have a different timing. They are all like the same vocal line, but just interpreted by different singers. So, for example, I can do a part that is oh yeah yeah, or then another take that is you can take it out, and that will help to simulate the different voices singing in a chorus. So that is pretty much what I want to do in this part. Now, let us look for, man, my brain really is pretty cooked, right? Audio mixing course. I do apologize. I know that this is like a super mega disorganized stream, but at the very least we are doing something. Huh.
You don't need a $10,000 studio to get pro mixes. Andrew Sheff's mixed Movement by Hosier completely in the box. As long as you have a great recording, a great mix is simple if you understand this one thing. Mixing is just volume. And in the next 2 minutes, I'm going to prove it to you. And once you get this, you'll never mix the same way again. Step 1, the point of mixing. The whole point of mixing is balance. That's it. It's not about flashy tricks or complicated chains. If your kick is too loud, the bass disappears. If your vocal is buried, the whole track falls flat. Get the volume balance right first, and 80% of the mix is done before you even touch a plugin. Step 2, here's the light bulb moment for you. Everything in mixing is just volume. The fader, obvious.
Yeah, volume. I think I know what is the last song time.
It's just volume, but only for certain frequencies. If you cut 300 hertz, you're turning it down. If you boost 300 hertz, you're turning it up. Compression, it's just automatic volume control. It turns down the loud parts so the quieter parts feel louder. Panning, literally just volume between the left and the right speakers. Pan a guitar right, and you're just turning it down in the left ear. When you realize that, mixing suddenly becomes clear. It's not about fixing. It's about shaping loudness. That's the job.
Well, that is certainly an interesting way to see it. It really isn't the way that someone initially will interpret mixing. But the idea of molding the volume of the different elements can make things fall into place, quite literally speaking. Another part that is very important about this stuff is to have a good monitoring gear, or not a more good, but a monitoring gear that isn't going to confuse you, that isn't going to like naturally place the audio spectrum in a weird area.
3, the 20% that adds flavor. Most beginners jump here first and skip balance. Don't. Trust me.
You need a
Once
good
the volume balance is solid,
in order for
then
the
you add
to
flavor.
actually work well.
Saturation adds harmonics, which is like perceived volume. Reverb and delay add space, but if they're too loud, they'll ruin clarity. And
yeah, they can really do that. They really can. Bad reverb can be awful, man. Bad reverb can suck so much.
Automation, that's manual volume control. The best mixers automate a ton of things. Vocals, effects, and sometimes even the master fader. But none of this works unless the foundation is right. Volume. If you want a full breakdown and not a super short course, then watch my full session breakdown for free Link is in the description. It's a full breakdown of one of my songs, and you even get the stems for free. I'll see you there. And if you liked this video, I know you're gonna love this one here.
Now, heads up, Miss Petra actually does have a good point that some of the of YouTube will probably not like me playing some of this stuff outright, but I can just mute this part in here. I can simply mute it, or especially because I already know the part that I want to touch, the part that I want to get into. I can simply go straight into this part and even know this again. Now you're here and you found me where I belong. Okay. Holy moly, I'm tired. Karaoke Rider is one of oh wow, Karaoke Rider is one of my favorite. Is one of my favorite Hololive songs, by the way. By the way, as a side note, many of the fans of Hololive seem to be men between the ages of 25 to 55. So that's why I have the inclusion of older rockmen. From left of front of the start to Vtuber and Stardom. How did it say? How did the video say it? Now we're here and you found me where I belong. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm feeling so much anxiety. I think I have an idea. Excellent, that could be good. Okay, wonderful. Hey, why? Okay. Mm. Wonderful. Okay. I'm at least having a decent idea. So at least this will help me to have to build the draft paragraph, which then I can actually post that on Twitter. I can later post that like draft paragraph on Twitter and gradually decide on which idea, which fanfic is the one that I prefer the most. Or maybe I even can like set a vote, a poll, which is the fanfic that people will like the most. I can actually use that to help me consider. Speaking of using a poll to help for was it really streaming this long? Oh, oh, hmm. My, how time flies when you're having fun, huh? Okay. Shit. Let's. Let's. Yeah. Let's work on the move plugin and then that. Yeah. I'm exhausted. Feliz cumpleaños para señor Milagritos, para señorita Milagritos. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Milagros. Happy birthday to you. Ah, de acuerdo. Perfecto. Let us work on the ASMR room 2, and let's hope that there's nothing bad in narration room. We can do narration room here too, right? Yeah. We are going to leave narration room for reviving the horror stories, and we're going to do ASMR room as the room where we actually set the copy. Okay. So Vtuber Studio movable. Oh. Something kind of like this, maybe. No, something a bit closer, perhaps. Filtrado de scale filtering, Vcubic, and now we actually do a copy of the I want to do 2 copies so that they will both appear on the site. So copy, duplicate, and then duplicate 2. Movable after image. After image 2. Okay. So we want to have it as not a new scene. Come on. After image ending position, after image starting position. After image 2 ending position, after image 3, after image 2 default position. Okay. I am a bit happy that I am at least moving in this thing. In this. Oh my god, Falco's brain is decreasing. Help! Falco's intelligence points are rapidly decreasing. After image ending position and after image 2 other ending position. Okay. Downloads Vtuber. Okay. Movable after image and movable after image, movable after image 2, movable after image 2. So after image 1 should be on the right and after image 2 should be on the left. Let's see how much do we get by placing them in this part. A bit more. Maybe a bit more. Now visibilidad. Okay. But it shows, mientras se realiza ocultar en el punto medio del movimiento. Uh-oh. But for some reason it is not showing up. I really don't know why it isn't showing up. Because it clearly isn't... Oh, wait! It is showing up! It just, for some reason, it got thrown behind it. Oh, no. Okay. Sorry, by the way, I completely got lost for a little moment. We can have this copy for bit ending 2, for ending position 2, but this one as a negative. That will mean that the, here we go, yes, excellent. I don't know why the move about after image and on the all right. Excellent. Now no, I don't really like that. Exponential just overloads it at the start, but then does pretty much the complete rest of the curve at the end. So it's not really what I want. Are we not? I am sorry. I'm going to include a little bit of music in this part. No. No. Neither. And I am pretty sure that bounce and return are not going to be good either. No. And bounce is not what I want either. I think it's going to be quintico. Quintica and then cubica. But this one actually has a softening, right? Let me see if no, it has to be an entry and exit softening. So this one, but it needs to be something like 4 seconds or so. A little bit more here and a little bit more in here, and let's see how it's looking like. Okay. No need to reinvent the wheel or anything. This is good enough for now. So we are setting that timing for the other things here, for the other endings, and then we are applying the cubical movement. That is more or less what I apply on the filter. We know how to use after image filtering. we're going to use it after image filtering, filter action, and then we actually call the other one as after image filter value. I'm going to see which one I enjoy more. I think I've fallen asleep, sorry. Me estoy quedando dormido, perdón. Just a bit more, come on. You can do this, my friend. Be still, my heart. You had faced more than this. The image default. Yes, asleep? Yeah, I think I will. I'm just a bit after I finish this. After image. We know how to do the filter for Vtuber Studio Movable. No, not for Vtuber Studio Movable. For Vtuber Studio Movable after image. Which one of them though? The image one, okay. So filter, color correction, we already had a bit of a color correction with like 50% opacity, neutral saturation, a bit more luminosity, a bit more saturation, and more contrast just to make it sound like a little sharper. And then $190. What is the middle point between 90 and 135, right? $90 and $45. Okay, I like 45. I don't really care about 90, but I like 80, 180. Okay. Okay, excellent. So we had the color correction, and now we had the filter altering the value. No, it alters the value of other filters. I don't like that. I thought it was going to. So move value affects the value of the filters in the scene itself. But if I place a filter in the image itself, then move value, which value? Okay, then it will affect the value of a filter in the source. I am sorry, a lot of that is probably sounding like mystery baseball stuff. Negative value, adjustments, and then they can actually see that, yes. And it's activated with a hotkey. It can be activated with a chain of events too, like starting the action and then. Okay, fine. I'm gonna move the the after image so people can see what I am trying to cook. Here, it's looking a bit different, right? So now we apply the filter, after image value, and we do a 90-degree tonality change. 95. With taking like this. Let me see. Not bad, not bad. Excellent, yeah, it is gradual. We do a gradual movement. Amazing, this was worth the sleep deprivation. Sorprendente, esto valió la pena la deprivación de sueño. Oh man. It was worth it. It was worth it. Oh fuck. It wasn't worth it. Actually, it hurts. I am in pain. I'm in pain. Italia. School watercolors. I need to choose which one is going to be for the classroom at night. I need to choose the classroom at night. We had no nighttime photos, it doesn't seem like. No, only afternoon photos. The window of the school building feels too open. Meeting place 2. Okay, we're going to use meeting place 2. Oh. Grazie per il headpad, Petra. Grazie, grazie mille. Ah, vai. Meeting place 2. Vtuber Studio. Excellent, here it is. Favorite backgrounds. Go to color. Now the main question is, how do we make it so that this feels like it's a nighttime photo? We're going to use filters, I guess, for it. I suppose I could like do something fancy with Photoshop, but I don't really know how to do fancy stuff with Photoshop, so we're just color correction it is. No, we use multiply color, right? Just to give it. It's okay if it has like some kind of weird tone. it probably gets more of an unearthly feeling. And also I am completely bit like in I think I'm seeing my sleep paralysis entity just it's going like Alconius, it's time for bed. It's time for bed, you workaholic. I can't do more today. I can't do more. Grazie mille a tutte le meravigliose amici che venuti a questo giorno di oggi. Grazie. Grazie a Victor, a long time no see. Thankfully, thank you so much for coming, you lovely you. Luis Cross, thank you to Luis Cross. Thank you to, gracias a Luis Cross, muchas gracias. Gracias a, thank you to Simon Yulim. Thank you to Petra Jan. Thank you to Petra Leon. And I must say also thank you to Señor Milagritos. And gracias por el follow, Petra Leon. Again, feliz cumpleaños para Milagros Dorado. Tengo que completar su regalo después. I need to finish her gift later. Man. Oh, I should have done better today. I will do a really nice gift to make up. Yeah. But we learned a lot of Malaysian today. That was cute. Thank you to Don Batsim. Thank you. Thank you to Shark764. Apparently Tonya. Wow. Thank you too. Oh, this doesn't have Twitch alerts, huh? I'm sure that it should tell me. I'm curious. Viewer attack tomato. Grazie per il redeem. Grazie. Sorry if it seems like I'm borrowing there. That is just the camera that didn't catch my face. Actually super happy. Thank you so much. You should be able to throw a tomato there. You should be able to select any spot in the screen and draw a tomato. Well, you should be if we actually have the thing in here. Viewer attack browser source. I can add it for now. Okay, now you should be able to draw something at the page. Let me show you how it works. I need to close the window. Oh, and I need to open the Twitch DMs. I had no idea they were closed. But I don't think I had the brains to do that right now. Oh my, I am trash today. I'm absolutely not trash as I am trash. I am trash too, but I mean like I am completely messed up today. Did I forget to take out my reverb filter again? Oh my god, I really am stupid today, aren't I? Oh man. This will be the little plane. Yeah, there it goes. Hey, you need to be more respectful of the air channel. You almost crashed into me, Alconis Buenarroti. You need to be more careful. But there is also another one. There is also like I don't know how it works. It should work now. It wasn't working previously because I did not have the browser on the thing. But if you're in a computer, there is an overlay button that is going to appear above the stream itself, the stream image itself. Grazie mille per redimire il viewer attack tomato. Thank you, grazie. That one I will admit I haven't worked on the tomato part in a while. So theoretically that should allow you to draw a tomato at the screen, at any point of the screen. So, but do let me know if it is not working, because I'm not able to quickly test out viewer attacks channel redeems, because I cannot redeem on my own channel. I cannot use channel redeems on my own channel for some reason. The cat gets it. No. Alright, I am pretty sure that I can't. Viewer attack egg. No, I can actually. That's actually pretty weird. I had no idea why it isn't showing up for me either. Because let's see. Or wait, I think I know what is going on. You know why I don't think it is appearing? Because I don't have tomato enabled. So apparently I have to select tomatoes as well to be throwable. But that's really strange. Yeah. Oh, it's bits that I can't use on my own channel. Grazie per il redeem, grazie! Now, the weird thing is... Yeah. I think that I had to set the attacks as a viable. So I had to not only set it as a channel reward, but I had to set it as available. Because tomato is free, like you should be able to use tomato, but I graded it out for the time being. Wow. That is a thing, but where is water balloon? Oh, here is water balloon. Yeah, and you can't use water balloon, right? It doesn't appear as an option. It is grayed out. Because if it is grayed out to you, then that will confirm my theory that it has to be available not only as a channel redeem, but it also has to be enabled on the wider global setting of the add-on. It's okay, you should sleep. I was just curious. Oh, thank you for being so sweet. Makasi, teri makasi. Indeed, I probably should go to bed. But thank you so much still that we were able to discover this thing about the Twitch integration. Because I had no idea that. I thought that with the channel redeem, it bypassed the settings of the global settings of the channel, but it seems to not be the case. So I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Now, I think I already say thanks to everyone, and I will make sure to do a special gift for our birthday girl, para nuestra chica de cumpleaños, at another time. So, well, see you all soon, amici. Grazie per essere molto meravigliosi. Grazie davvero, grazie davvero. Questo è stato il cronista buonanotte. Il video che chi vuole regare felice. I hope we get to learn a lot of wonderful things together. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being so amazing. Thank you. Terima kasih davvero. We need to see what that means. Malay. Gracias de verdad. Terima kasih sangat. Terima kasih sangat. Okay. Adopo, amici. Adopo. Maybe we'll see each other on Friday. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. And I'm not super sure what we will do in Friday. Probably a bit of co-working and studying again. Or maybe actually some singing. Yeah, we can do like some karaoke. Yeah. Okay. Grazie. Nos vemos. Adopo. Love ya. Adiós. Adopo. See you. Adopo.